to sit around for sure. But my favorite thing he said is about the quarterback position, which we're all keep waiting for him to get a quarterback, right? He says, quote, "When I watched the tapes from last year, I'm not sure if any of the quarterbacks had a fair chance sometimes.
Yikes.
They didn't get protected very well, and that starts up front." And obviously he's changed it a lot with the way he's recruited the offensive line and portal offensive line. So he didn't feel like the fair shake last year.
So that sounded at the start of it like a criticism of Brian Harsin, turned into more of a criticism about the offensive line.
Yeah, where it was. Yeah, I was wondering if it was going to be on play calling or
That's
something
what it sounded
like
like
that.
at first.
Yeah, I think it might have been a combination of both. With that said, Robbie Ashford, if he can get the accuracy down just a little bit more, he's going to be really good.
He's got a lot of tools that Hugh Freeze can use. There's no doubt.
And a chunk of the Auburn fan base that believes he can eventually be the quarterback that wins for them. We'll see what Hugh Freeze does. National Signing Day wrapping up today around the country. We're back with you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
You guys read Dave over here. Let's make that happen. Everybody sing the chorus. You ready?
I can't remember. Where does the song pick up? I've never really known the words of that song.
Me either.
I got you, babe.
I've got you, babe.
Yeah, I'm trying. You know, the funny thing is, we did the nostalgia pictures yesterday, and the alarm clock by Phil Connors was the one that we showed yesterday.
That's true.
Yes. Groundhog Day, everybody. Thank you, Dave, and everybody who's in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room to get going today on this February 2nd. It is a day where we get to basketball here shortly, but let's start with recruiting in basketball, because bigger than the on-the-court win last night for Auburn was their on-the-court get of Tahad Pettiford, a 5'11", 160 guard from New Jersey, who's considered to be the third biggest recruit in 24/7 composite history.
Wow. That's pretty dang impressive.
That's a good get.
Yeah, third biggest. And not for Auburn, but like third biggest overall ever in 24/7 history.
Boy, now your reaction is making me rethink that. Is it the third biggest in Auburn history? Because the
I don't
other
know.
two also went to Auburn.
You tell me.
Maybe it's the third biggest in
it's
Auburn
the third
history.
biggest in
Okay,
Auburn.
okay,
There's no
okay.
way. I mean,
Third biggest in Auburn
I
history, though. Behind Jabari Smith and Sharif Cooper, now you get Pettiford coming in. That's a big deal, right?
No, it is, absolutely. And you start to wonder, hey, Auburn's collective, is it cooking right now, especially when it comes to basketball?
Yep, that's a good get. They compare him to Jared Harper and Sharif Cooper, maybe a little bit more already ready to go now than maybe Harper and Cooper were when they came in. Had to be built up by Bruce Pearl, at least Jared Harper did, before he turned into what he turned into. But both those guys, NBA G League type talent. So a good get for Auburn yesterday on the basketball recruiting board.
Troy says still under 6 foot guard though.
He is 5'11" and 160 pounds. So they'll need to get him from New Jersey down here so they can put a little weight on him.
Oh, wait.
Can't put any height on him.
Cannot put any height on him. But we can put some weight on you in the South. So a good get there. And that led to, later in the night, in basketball, Auburn's guards actually having a big night. They were a guard-oriented offense last night. Now, Jedi Broom set the tone early on in the first half with 13 points and 12 rebounds, but they kept pouring it on Georgia last night by shooting the basketball from outside. And, boy, and I tweeted this, if Bruce Pearl could bottle up last night and take that offense with him the rest of the year, he would do that in a heartbeat. That was the best Auburn's looked offensively all year.
And I'm telling you, Flanagan is getting better and better. And Bruce said, before the game, he had sent a text to Flanagan, said, you're going to have a tremendous night. You're going to have a ton of points, ton of rebounds. You're not going to turn the basketball over. And Flanagan, his minutes are going up. He has a game-high 22 points. And then Wendell Green. We've said how Wendell Green, this team goes. Green 3 for 5 behind the arc. He had the 18 points. He had 6 assists. I mean, this just overall, this was the best offensive performance point-wise, and against a team they were getting revenge on in the Georgia Bulldogs. So just a great offensive night for the Auburn Tigers.
You know what's funny? I meant to bring it up yesterday, but when we were talking about it, Dunaway moved on, and I forgot to mention it in a break. But our 4-ounce question Monday was, I think, a bigger margin of victory, or we asked, bigger margin of victory, Alabama or Auburn. Do you guys remember that question?
I asked the question, biggest margin of victory, Alabama over Vandy or Auburn over Georgia?
That's
Both
right.
of you guys said Auburn.
Both of us
Both of
said
you guys
Auburn.
were wrong.
Hey, well, we were, Lance, but if you had told me, if all I had known was Auburn wins 94-73, I'd kind of like my play right there, you know?
Me too.
57-21.
Yeah. I did not see 57 coming, but I didn't necessarily see 21 coming. I think that shows you, first of all, Neville Arena is a big difference, but, Auburn a little more focused, I guess, against Georgia this time around. But I find Auburn to be maybe the most intriguing team in the nation moving forward just because of this upcoming schedule. I mean, this is a team that currently is 7-2, 2 games out of their conference lead in a good conference, 17-5 overall, top 25. Looks good in a lot of the matrix, easy in the tournament right now. But nobody in major college basketball probably has a tougher finish than them.
I think that Brandon Miller is going to be your player of the year in the SEC.
I think so. He's leading the conference in scoring, top 5 in rebounds.
If Auburn wins some of these games that maybe they're not supposed to down the stretch, Broom is putting his name right out there. I mean, this kid gets better and better and better.
Let's hear from Janai Broom, who last night, as I said, 13 points, 12 rebounds in the first half. As they started hitting shots from the outside, he goes 19 and 18 on the game. But he is such a big, fluid guy, and he's the best player on the floor for Auburn every night. And he's a big part of that 94-73 win last night. Here's Janai after the contest.
Coming into the game, we had to be the more physical team. And, last time we played them, they kind of beat us on the offensive glass, so we kind of took that a little personal. So coming into this game, we kind of just wanted to be physical and dominate the glass. Everybody knew that we got Tennessee on Saturday, but I feel like, the guys and myself had to come out and, put on a show today in order to prepare for that game. We knew we couldn't come around and play around with Georgia, and now we're getting our eyes on Tennessee.
Yep, their eyes are on Tennessee. That's next. That's a road game, 1 o'clock ESPN on Saturday. Tennessee last night on the road at Florida gets upset. So there is, I know it's back at home in Knoxville, and you don't expect a team like Tennessee to lose 2 in a row, but at least you see some cracks in the Tennessee armor. And so down the stretch here, Tennessee, A&M, not too long until you get Alabama. This path of tough schedule, there's some light at the end of the tunnel for Auburn.
Yeah, I think you would have liked Tennessee to somehow scratch, claw, and beat Florida. You really don't want Tennessee coming off a loss, going back to Thompson-Boling to play this home game. But I've said it all year, as good as Tennessee is defensively under Rick Barnes, I don't trust the offense. They're 15-0 this year when they're holding opponents to under 60 points. They're 3-4 when the opponents score more than 60 points. So that's kind of that magic number for Bruce Pearl. If you can find your way over 60, you've got a really good shot of beating this Tennessee team.
Yeah, these next 3 are so fascinating. At Tennessee, like you just talked about. At Texas A&M, who just beat you, looked like the better team that night. And then hosting Alabama. Just I don't know if I'd say crucial, but interesting 3-game stretch for Auburn.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, it will. There is a chance when it's over with, people will stop saying that Auburn is one of the more overrated teams in basketball.
Well,
you have a chance to wipe that label off of your ledger.
Yeah, and there's a good chance. I mean, I don't know how you guys feel about Alabama at LSU, Auburn versus Florida. Alabama's going to be favored in both those games, obviously. LSU just does not look very good. Florida looked good last night, but they've had some bad moments. I mean,
they're hot now, though. When Auburn barely beat them in Neville to start with, and everyone was like, okay, it was a win, but how good is this Florida team going to be? They're now
6-3.
They're 6-3 now. They're looking pretty good.
Yeah,
and that was Todd Golden's, probably his signature win
so far.
At least, yeah, so far in Gainesville. And Colin Castleton, we saw he's a guy that actually can be a difference maker in the paint. He was last night against Tennessee. So he is a guy that can be a game changer.
And my point was going to be, if Alabama wins both those games, that game in Auburn, if Auburn can find a way, scrap a win against Tennessee and Texas A&M, that game in Neville Arena, Alabama could have a 2-game lead on you. It's a chance to cut a game. I mean, it's a chance to cut a game either way, but if you lose 2 games there, you've lost touch at the top of the conference. I guess my point with Auburn there is these next 2 will determine whether that game in Neville Arena allows you to claw back into this SEC race, or could you maybe even take the lead in the SEC race.
Can you imagine if you get Alabama playing like they did against Vandy and Auburn playing like they did last night when they play each other twice?
Love it.
That'd be 2 heck of a basketball games there. We get some more basketball coming up tonight here in town. Huge one for UAB. We talked to Andy Kennedy on the show yesterday. That's podcasted on all of our platforms. Florida Atlantic, they come in. They haven't lost since November 11th. They're down at UAB tonight at Bartow Arena, 6 o'clock for that one. A fun, interesting game for UAB tonight, and you can go hear everything Andy said on the show about that on all of our platforms there. Show being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Thunderstorms, and it's one of those high 40s, low 50s in the area today and where we're at. And thunderstorms expected. So it could be one of those turbulent days. If you have storm damage today, remember Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing. He will take care of you. Here's his cell number, so you can call the owner of the company directly to set up anything you need. And keep this number on standby if you have roof damage. You want to call Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City. We've known him for years. And what he can do is come out, evaluate the damage, take a bunch of pictures, put it into a portfolio for you that you give to your insurance provider, and then he secures your property. Insurance companies trust him. He's A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. When storms aren't in the area and you just need a free no-cost roof inspection, you call the same number, 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. If you ever need that number and you don't have it written down right now, just DM me and I'll pass it along to you. He's Greg from Pell City on Facebook. You can look him up there as well. It's Storm Restoration Roofing. For over 20 years, locally owned there. He and his wife, great people there. 205-542-3531. Okay, yesterday also National Signing Day that put the 2023 class in the book. Some of the bigger stories yesterday, it started off in 2024 in the recruiting class, always playing it forward, right? In the 2024 department, Georgia got a big commitment from five-star cornerback Ellis Robinson, who picks Georgia over everybody in America. And that was a big get for Kirby Smart for the next cycle, the 2024 class.
Yeah, and this is the first, if I read this right, the first ever five-star cornerback Georgia has signed.
Whew.
Or at least gotten a commitment for.
That's kind of hard to believe.
Yeah, it really is hard to believe. Kid plays at the IMG Academy, though, was ranked number 5 overall in the 2024 class, the number 1 cornerback. Well, I guess he's second best cornerback, according to this, behind only the who's the kid that committed to Alabama in July? Jalen McCabway? I don't know how to say that. Yeah.
So that's a big commitment for Georgia there yesterday.
And huge. And who they were in the mix with, it was Alabama, it was LSU, Miami, and USC, I think.
Auburn got Jaden Lewis, as we had told you, for a couple of days for the 2024 class as well. But the 2023 deal wrapped up yesterday. Alabama securing the number 1 spot over Georgia. So it was Alabama, Georgia, Texas, Oklahoma, Ohio State in the top 5. Not a lot of movement there from the original signing day back in December. In fact, Alabama ends with 9 5-star recruits like they had when they came out. 9 5-star recruits. 7 of those, Brownie, already early enrollees on campus, already getting ready. They're already in the weight room. They're already getting ready to go out with spring drills. They're expecting those 7 5-stars who are already on campus to contribute this upcoming year.
Well, a rarity for Alabama football is when you go from year to year and you can look and say, hey, after watching last year, there's some playing time available on this team. I mean, I think at wide receiver especially. I mean, I think if you're a player coming in that is any sort of talent at wide receiver, you look at that and say, there's a path to me getting on the field quickly if I can go show out in January or in spring football or in summer workouts, whatever. If I can go show out, I can get on that field in a hurry. They're looking for wide receivers. If you're a really good offensive lineman, I think you look at it and say, I could play some offensive line pretty quickly there in Tuscaloosa.
Malik Benson is the JUCO wide receiver that everyone's been talking about since bowl practice. He doesn't count in the fact that in Alabama's number 1, that's high school recruiting only. So he's a big part of what Alabama is bringing in as well. It's the 3rd best recruiting class all time in 24/7 history, behind 2022 Texas A&M and 2021 Alabama.
So Saban's not slipping, you're telling me? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, so just by recruiting numbers, high school only now, you got to factor in the portal and everything, but high school only, Alabama and the players that'll be on the field this year, if you go a 3-year window, is the number 1 recruiting class, second best all time, the second best recruiting class, and now the best recruiting class, 3rd all time. You should have all the talent you need to win anything you want in Tuscaloosa. The question is one of the 4 quarterbacks in the last 2 signing classes good enough to take over the quarterback position and play championship football?
Well, here's all I would say. I mean, Alabama was winning national championships with Greg McElroy, Jake Coker, A.J. McCarron. I had an opportunity with Blake Sims. Stetson Bennett won one last year. So, again, you can surround what would be – I think Alabama now has gotten spoiled with elite quarterback play, but you can go back and you can have really good quarterback play with great players around you. You probably still can win a national championship.
I wonder, though, I mean, you're right about that. And we haven't seen Ty Simpson, so it's an unfair question. But, you know, Bryce Young's maybe the best quarterback ever to play at Alabama. If you gave Ty Simpson those receivers last year, what does he do with them? Mm-hmm. Or to be fair, those receivers and that offensive line in front of him, what does he do with it? You know, I don't know. Maybe, hey, by the way, you may get to see that this year.
Yeah, look, Look, Alabama had what is viewed as maybe the number 1 overall pick in this year's draft. The 2 quarterbacks that played for a national championship are going to be third-day guys in Max Duggan and Stetson Bennett. So if you get the right parts around them, again, Alabama's done this with not elite quarterback play before.
So we will have a long time to talk about that quarterback race, but obviously the recruiting day ends yesterday, and you have a ton of talent over in Tuscaloosa again, a ton in Georgia. Interesting that Texas and Oklahoma, who are coming into the SEC, finishes 3-4. So if you're looking to the future of the SEC, the people who have signed in this recruiting period, the SEC, by the time we get to 2024, stacks up 1, 2, 3, 4.
That ain't bad. I mean, it's as we always point out, like, SEC teams say, I had a top 15 signing class. Oh, great. You were 8th in the conference.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean,
that's just life of recruiting in the SEC.
Ohio State is 5, and then another SEC team, LSU, is 6, and they back that up also with the number 1 transfer portal class. So just a boatload of talent in Baton Rouge as well. Then you get Miami, Oregon, Tennessee, another SEC team is at number 9. Notre Dame is at number 10. And if you're wondering, Auburn is 17th. But that is still behind all the SEC teams I named: Florida, Texas A&M, South Carolina, who finishes 16, and Auburn is 17. A big jump for South Carolina as they end it yesterday with 5-star athlete Nicholas Harbor, who picked South Carolina over everyone. He is a world-class sprinter who plays tight end and edge rusher.
How big is this guy?
I can go check it for you.
What's his name? Give me his name.
It's Nicholas, spelled weird, and Harbor, spelled like where the boats are.
Nicholas with a K?
Nicholas with a Y and a CH and maybe a K. I don't know.
I have never
like
heard of
it's a Vanna White dream spelling.
A world-class sprinter that plays on the edge.
6'5", 225. A world-class sprinter at 6'5", 225.
Yep.
That is really difficult for me to believe. We'll ask Luginbill later. I'm going to need to see video on that.
He's a 7-figure guy.
Yeah, Luginbill is with us at 10 o'clock coming up. 7-figure guy in NIL.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're 6'5", 225, and you're a world-class sprinter that can get to the quarterback.
Somebody do Usain Bolt for me.
Well, real quick,
Usain Bolt is 6'3", 6'4", maybe 6'5".
Okay. I mean, he looked tall to me.
Yeah.
And just when you're that tall, I mean, your weight is a little bigger than you think, right? You're not.
Yeah, I would
not
say
necessarily 6'5",
he
180.
was still probably 200 pounds.
Who, Usain Bolt?
Yeah, here we go. Usain Bolt's height. He is 6'5".
6'5". Okay, so this guy is.
And 207 pounds. I mean, it's not that far off.
Yeah.
This guy, it says right here on 24/7 that he ran a 10.28 100. Now, I don't know what gets you into world class. That's world class to me.
Yeah. My 40 is closer to the 10.28 than my 100
I mean,
is.
if you've got a 6'5", 225 guy that's going to put on a little weight that is running a 10.2.
I mean, the world record 100 meter, I think, held by Bolt is
9.9?
9.58.
9.58.
That's getting after it.
Yeah. That's the best in the world. This guy's 10.28.
Usain Bolt obviously didn't have hands.
I mean, really, do you remember when you were a kid, the Willie Gault?
Oh, everybody.
Yeah.
They tried Tennessee and the 49ers.
Ronaldo Nehemiah was the guy for the 49ers.
Yeah.
And then the Rams brought in Ron Brown. The problem was none of these guys. Willie Gault had the best hands of the three.
Yeah, but
the
Willie
other guys
Gault had
couldn't
legit
catch.
track speed. I mean, nobody could stay with him. And I remember they had Willie Gault on one side and Carl Pickens on the other. Pickens played for the Cowboys, I think it was.
Yeah, Pickens was pretty good.
No, he's good. Big, tall guy, big, lanky, tall receiver. I mean, they had so much speed on the outside, but I just don't think Willie Gault either couldn't run routes well or didn't have hands.
Yeah, no, Superior Thruster says, and compare that, Anthony Swartz goes at 10.19.
Yeah, I know. He had legit track speed.
And the speed we think he is.
Yeah.
He's a little bit smaller.
Yeah, the speed he is, and now you throw that into a tight end's body. Now, this guy won't be anchoring the line. He's not an extended tackle out there, right? He probably is not a great blocker.
No.
But you get that height and that speed, and with good hands, South Carolina got a steal probably.
Yeah, and Patrick's right over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Pickens did play for the Bengals. Alvin Harper was the Tennessee kid that played.
That's right, Alvin
opposite of
Harper,
Bird.
Yeah. But back to Brown's point, there was a time in the 80s that the NFL just said, well, let's try this world-class track speed, put them out there and just do a fly route and see if we can hit them in the hands on the sprint.
I mean, if they're always open, we got a quarterback and get it to them.
Our friends at Slice Pizza there gets the conversation going. We'll open up the phone lines, 205-734-0923. Luginbill's our first guest at 10 o'clock Central, starting hour number 2. A lot to get to, including some movement in the National Football League and a lot of college football news out there. Slice Pizza, a great place to slide into at lunch today.
Yes, local pizza, local ingredients, great lunch specials. The newest location in Crestline just opened, so 4 locations to serve you: Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, and now in Crestline. They've got that Monday through Sunday curbside family pack special, $75, 12 fire-baked wings, half pan of the salad, any 2 of those specialty pizzas. The Bajaya brothers created this incredible concept. Best pizza in Birmingham. The late Jeff Bajaya, great friend. Jason and Chris still run it. Again, 4 locations. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. The Athletics' Aaron Suttles is part of our Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Later on, we'll talk about what our buddy Matt Smith, SouthernPigskin.com, wrote yesterday. Toughest schedules in college football, at least right now. The way he perceives it, that'll change a little over the course of the summer. But I would imagine anytime you're Auburn and your rivals are always on your schedule, Georgia and Alabama, you're going to be pretty high on the list. We'll talk about that in the second half of the show today. Luginbill coming up at the top of the hour. A couple of comments from you guys at Next Round Live on Twitter. B. Rich writes in and says regarding basketball, Auburn yesterday getting Pettiford, big guard, big in stature, not in stature, but in stars. He's 5'11", but he's a five-star guy, one of the best recruits in 24/7 history, coming to Auburn. They're also expected to get 2024 guard LeBaron Philon out of Baker High School. He can flat out score, says B. Rich. So another big guard coming to Bruce Pearl, he says, from Baker up in North Alabama. Milkman 256, Ty Simpson is the real deal. I mean, you hear that a lot from a lot of people inside Alabama, like Milkman 256 is. And you just hope that is the case, that Ty Simpson is the real deal. They did get two more quarterbacks in this recruiting class, so four-star or higher recruits in the last two recruiting classes, and a big quarterback room that'll be competing at Alabama over the next few weeks.
I'm going to trust Nick Saban at quarterback. I mean, when's the last time he's got it wrong? I mean, you can make the argument, obviously, the single game situation again, with Cooper Bateman against Ole Miss when Lane Kiffin wanted Bateman in there and not Jake Coker. And then they went to Coker and won the national championship. You can make the argument, he started the wrong guy in Blake Barnett, and they went to Jalen Hurts and played for a national championship. So, look, by and large, he gets it right at quarterback. So I'm going to trust that Ty Simpson is because people are asking us the Vulcan Iron Automotive chat room, why does everybody just give Georgia the benefit of the doubt on quarterback? Kirby gets it wrong a lot.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's a fair statement that Kirby gets it wrong a lot.
Yeah, well, I'll add to that conversation after I tell you about one of our great sponsors. That's Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-age tequila. It is fabulous. Listen, it is such a good tequila, and you guys know how queasy my stomach can get, right? I drink that tequila straight, nothing in it, just over ice, and I squeeze a couple of lime wedges into it, and that is it. It is perfect for the spring and summer. It's coming up. It's a back porch, pool, beach kind of drink. You will love it. I promise you. Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. It is blended of several different types of tequilas, aged in a new European oak barrel, double filtered to remove the color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. It is right wherever you buy your alcohol. Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. Ask for it by name there. One other thing to add to that, Brown. Yes, you got to just assume, or people do assume that Georgia will get it right as they replace Stetson Bennett. They are likely also going to be replacing offensive coordinator Chris Mortensen, saying yesterday that he believes Todd Monken will take one of these NFL jobs, that he will not be back at Georgia next year. And I agree with what Michael says. I think an Alabama coordinator announcement or two coming soon in Tuscaloosa, maybe as early as today or by the end of the week. Because I said this, and I don't know if it was Luginbill, it was somebody who I asked about this, is National Signing Day, this second period, is that slowing down the announcement from Nick Saban? I just feel like there are certain benchmarks along the way that you don't leave your current coaching staff to move to somewhere else, because signing day is important because you're part of recruiting these kids. The December 21st one was the big one. And then you saw a lot of coaches move right after that, like Pete Golding, Ole Miss, et cetera. If there was somebody who was already locked in at a coaching staff now, maybe this was another benchmark. Also, the NFL season has freed up some people. Only 2 teams are left playing in the NFL. So I do expect an announcement to come sooner rather than later, agreeing with Michael over there.
Well, here's what I would ask you guys. Is there a possibility that Nick Saban has got guys that he wants that are waiting to see if Monken leaves because they could get Georgia? If you're an offensive coordinator right now and you're working your way up the ranks, would you rather go to Georgia and play for Kirby, who's going to be there for a while, or Nick Saban, where really the future is year to year?
So
Alabama.
That's 2 questions.
You would?
Alabama, because the reason for me for Alabama, Brown, and you can finish your thought there, is Georgia's just won back-to-back national championships. Alabama, no, it's not a lot. Building back to that a little bit, there's more grace on building back to it than trying to go a three-peat.
So 2 things there. Number one, I do think they would probably be shopping from the same section of the store. So that's why, maybe if you're Nick Saban, you're trying to, get out in front of this. If you think, Kirby's going to want the same guys I'm wanting and I really want this guy. What if Kirby interviews Ryan Grubb and Grubb takes that job? That would almost be a slap in the face. Or not almost, it would be a slap in the face. I could play it both ways. I see what you're saying. I had not thought of it in those terms.
Well, that's why I tied it together, Brown, was because I figured they'd be shopping in the same store.
Yeah, but the other side of that is, to Lance's point, I'm done. I think everyone should be done retiring Nick Saban. A lot of people have tried to retire Nick Saban, and he's going to do it when he wants to do it, obviously. But I don't think even the most optimistic fans think that Saban will coach longer than Kirby Smart. Now, I honestly don't think Kirby's like one of these 20-year guys.
Probably not. Who do you think is easier to work for? I know they're wired a lot alike.
Yeah, I think they're both tough.
I would say Kirby, though. Just, he's...
I think they're probably both tough.
He's one less intense than Nick Saban is.
But, I think you look at roster, who's got the better roster on offense. That's... beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah, I don't know.
Brock Bowers is really good. Alabama's got good players who set up better at quarterback. The thing I would say is it's going to be easier to improve the offensive numbers at Georgia than it would be at Alabama. I mean, if you just want to go on a numbers argument.
Oh, sure. That is a great point.
But here's the flip side of that. Are Georgia's offensive numbers restricted by what Kirby allows his offensive coordinator to do? Or are they restricted by the fact that Todd Monken is a 38-point per game, 41-point per game guy? I don't know the answer to that, but I do know if I'm an offensive coordinator, Nick Saban generally allows his offensive coordinators to coach. Does Kirby? I mean, I don't know that he doesn't. I'm just saying that would be something I would ask. I would want to know if I'm an offensive coordinator.
The buzz around Georgia, Brown, was little tighter on Monken on the road to winning the first national championship. Loosened up a little bit last year on the road to the second one. So maybe he's learning to let go of the reins a little bit.
I do look like at the Tennessee game. You know, they get that big lead. I can't remember what the halftime lead was for Georgia, but they're in control of the game. And they come out against Tennessee, and they're basically like, we're just going to grind clock in this game, which, by the way, was the smart play, and it led to a victory. But there are a lot of offensive coordinators that don't want to get in that situation. They want to do their job, and they don't want a head coach telling them, hey, we're going to take the air out of this ball. We're going to burn clock. So some guys don't want to get in that situation.
Blake, Glenn Schumann, who's a co-DC at Georgia, haven't heard his name in a while. Is he still in the running? According to people we talked to, yes. And he sort of is the name I'm hinting at, who had to be part of landing a big 5-star cornerback yesterday before maybe if he wanted to leave to go to another job, go to another job. We'll see if Schumann stays in the mix and if we get a coordinator announcement anytime soon here and if Monken ends up taking one of those head coaching jobs elsewhere. Couple of things just that have come across our social media feeds or our emails. Michael Rogers, who listens to us, I don't know where he's from, but this picture comes from Columbus, Mississippi. This is from the early 80s. And if you want to know how fashion has changed since the early 80s, this is an Alabama hat that he had at an air show in the 80s. Check out that.
That's old school, man.
Now, that was a play off of the Pittsburgh Pirates team 79,
yeah,
right?
We Are Family.
The We Are Family team. So I guess those type hats. In fact, my Thompson High School baseball team, I think my junior year, had an alternate hat that looked just like that.
So damn. You can't hide money in Thompson. Alternate hats?
We had an alternate hat.
Throwbacks.
And that was our hat. And it you can imagine that hat on my head. It was butt ugly.
You can hide contraband under that hat.
I don't like the design of the hat, like the painter hat look, but if you did that white panel and a trucker hat, I think you'd sell a ton of them.
Like but you would have to abbreviate it, like more patched over where you've got the red mesh kind of hitting in the middle.
When I was a kid, the elephant climbing through the A was the logo of choice for Alabama.
Oh, and it is coming back in some form and fashion a little bit on some of the throwback gear.
Yeah, I still think it's a good throwback logo.
Yeah, I do too. The problem when Arkansas joined the league, they had a hog running through it, much like some original logos. Saturday Down South sent out, before you put it up, Todd, Forrester, hold on just a second. When the SEC started, they've gone back to all SEC teams now. Some of these were not in the SEC when the SEC began, but this is what the logos look like, some 80 years ago when the SEC was formed. This is what every team in the SEC's logo looked like. Saturday Down South did this yesterday. Now, I've always liked that Auburn logo, but as you can see, it is identical with the LSU logo back then.
Yeah, it looks good on uniform or on like throwback shirts.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
It's a good logo for throwback shirts. I do not think Auburn should use it on the day-to-day.
No, but I do like that one. The Alabama one
awful.
Is horrible.
I don't remember that ever being a logo.
And do you see the interlocking U and A?
Yeah.
Not A and U there that later become very popular with Auburn. Of those, obviously Tennessee hasn't changed. Vanderbilt hasn't very much. I've always loved that MSU lock down there. That MU looks pretty cool for Missouri.
I think Tennessee's the best.
Well,
I mean, Georgia looks like a pirate dog.
Well, Forrester.
Arkansas looks like a hog that's taking a shit or jumping off a diving board.
Looks like somebody drew it with a pencil.
Yeah, it's like they couldn't afford a real person. They had somebody in the art class draw it with a pencil, and we'll get it printed later.
I mean, Florida and A&M are trying to sell academics.
Well, no, Texas A&M looks like a place my wife shops for distressed furniture. I mean, what in the world is that even doing there?
It's agriculture and whatever, Brown. It's a mess. Absolutely.
I'll tell you, Kentucky's cat looks pissed.
It does.
It really does. It's like you put a bottle rocket in his ass.
You would be too. But Forrester, give me Forrester's mic. You had a funny comment about that Georgia Bulldog when he and I were texting about this last night. He could not get off the Georgia Bulldog. What'd you say?
I don't think I can repeat that on the air, Jim.
Jim, that was for off-the-air consumption.
Okay. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, text it to me, Forrester. I'll relay it.
It does look a little gaunt. Like Uga is much fatter than that dog. Yeah. Basically, he was saying that Georgia Bulldog had. You've seen this. We've done the slap fighting videos. Yes. And how it can really deform your face and knock you out of whack a little bit. That's what that Georgia Bulldog looks like.
Yeah, but most Bulldogs look like that, right?
Yeah. I would not want anything with that Alabama elephant on it. Awful. That Auburn one and LSU one, that's a good logo. But my point on that is that logo there and the LSU one, the same one. Alabama had the same problem with the elephant running through the A. With Arkansas, they had a hog running through the A. And I think Auburn had an eagle flying through an A. So that was a template back then in the day.
That Bulldog for Georgia's got Bell's palsy.
Well, now you're getting closer to where
Forrester
was and didn't want to say it on the air.
Well, I'm just saying, it's a condition.
Is the Alabama elephant holding a beer stein with his tusk?
Or I thought maybe it was an ice cream cone, Brad.
Or like a glass of champagne.
It's probably popcorn.
No? I mean, I'm zoomed in on my computer. I can't really tell.
Is it peanuts? Anybody got a guess?
Could be peanuts, maybe.
Anybody got a guess on what that elephant is holding there?
Yeah. Elephant looks really timid.
Yeah, I am anti.
Hey, go to the Arkansas. A little close up on the it looks like a beer.
Yeah.
Well, I'm all for that.
I'm telling you, it looks like a tall boy beer. Like if you went to sat down at a bar and they give you that big old frosted tall boy.
Lunsford, 100% drink of some sort. He says
it could be champagne. What year was this?
This was it was right after Prohibition, Brown. So
yeah. They celebrated big, didn't they?
Can we get the Arkansas close up? Just got to see this again.
Give him a second on the Arkansas close up there.
Yeah, it looks like a pencil drawing of a bad pig.
But I mean, it's doing like a nosedive off a diving board.
I don't know what's going on there.
Like it's been kicked in the butt. Yeah, old logos, man. Sometimes they're classic. They're good. You'd want them. Some of them you do not want.
Most of those are awful.
I mean, that Georgia Bulldog one looked like they got their butts kicked on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, he hadn't eaten in a while. His gait's really wide.
I'm going to imagine. Well, I'm not going to imagine. I mean, this is obviously the case. When schools came up with their original logo, they didn't have merchandising in mind, right? They weren't like, hey, let's do something that's going to look really hot on a hat or T-shirt.
Right.
I mean, they weren't selling that crap back then. They just needed something to put on the paper. And Tennessee was like, hey, we're just going to do a T,
but
make it orange, and we're going to stick with it.
I mean, if you had to go with one logo, I would go Tennessee's there.
Yeah, I mean, because it hasn't changed. And Vandy's is basically the same as well. I'm telling you, I like that M and U stacked on each other at Missouri better than I do that one they put on their helmet a lot.
I don't like the MU at all.
Yeah, thank you, Lance. Different opinions.
And I would like the Kentucky if you just get rid of the state.
Yeah. There's a joke about me living there. Absolutely. Our friends at Cowan Equipment poll question. We will throw out some poll questions for you. Brown, can you update us on a couple from earlier in the week? Because we had a couple of interesting ones out. Cowan Equipment brings you our poll questions all the time.
Yes, Cowan Equipment. If you are finding or having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
NH345, nobody wanted to volunteer to redesign Tennessee's at the time, I guess, so they've stuck with it over the year. Matthew loves the old school Ole Miss Rebel there. 1 million, he calls it. A&M looks like an old school beer logo, says Brian.
Yeah, I don't know what the A&M logo is. A mess is what it is.
Real quick while he finds the poll questions, can you bring it back up and look at Kentucky a little bit? Smuff says, does the Kentucky Wildcat have an Fu Manchu mustache beer? Fu Manchu. Oh.
Yeah.
Dang it, Joe.
The Fu Manchu?
The old Fu Manchu is a Fu Manchu. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Does Kentucky have a Fu Manchu?
Jalen Hurts, Big 12 or SEC? Yeah, he does have a Fu Manchu, by the way. Yeah, that's absolutely right.
I just think that's the way the hair folds on a Wildcat, right? Yeah, he's got a lot of whiskers though.
Jalen Hurts, Big 12 or SEC? 65% say SEC, Alabama. 22% say both. 13% say Big 12. Not entirely surprised in our state that vote went that way.
Yeah, I'm surprised that that's getting as much
I am too.
Stories and discussion, because even Conor O'Gara writes about it yesterday.
I don't know how it
just
really
because
matters.
People hate the SEC.
Well, they do, but I mean, what does it matter?
Well, I think people think the SEC's greedy and they want to claim everything.
Well, we are, and we do. Fair or foul, we all play our team in the Madden League, and Dunaway changed playbooks. 53% said it's perfectly fine. 47% said it's not okay to change.
How many times did Lunsford go vote in that?
I don't know. So you basically swapped to the Kyle Shanahan offensive playbook and the Robert Saleh defensive playbook.
Still using all my players, same players. I just am using different plays.
I don't have a problem. It's like you fired your OC and your DC midseason.
Yeah. I'm a lot better with these playbooks. Except with these playbooks, I'm 0-2. So
I wonder if I should try this.
I would recommend it. What I would recommend is find one play you like and stick with it.
You're talking about defensively.
Or both.
Run the same offensive play over and over again?
Yep, and just throw it to different receivers.
Yeah, that's realistic.
Yeah.
There's nothing realistic.
This whole game is not realistic.
Yeah, there's nothing. If you want realism, don't get in our Madden League. It's ridiculous.
Hey, I only turned it over 3 times yesterday.
Yeah, that's a win.
10 for me yesterday.
10?
Yeah,
in
10,
one game.
10. Well, I got behind, so I had to get aggressive. Yeah, but it was 10.
Also, Forrester's brutal with the hit stick.
Yeah, the hit stick.
There were
I thought we
19
dialed that
turnovers
back.
in my game against him.
We didn't dial that back?
Well, we
did.
Yeah.
No, we didn't adjust it for my last 2 games because one guy.
It's the new default. It's said half of what it was.
Yeah, it's I played 2 games. One played the game correctly, and the other one was Forrester.
How bad he beat you?
What was it? 61-13, something like that.
I think it's 51-13.
51-13.
I'm just confused on how Forrester whips everybody, but then Lunsford beat him by, the mercy rule.
Kills me.
Remember that
Twice.
when we bet on the Super Bowl of our Madden League. No matter what you think, go Lunsford.
You really think so?
Yeah, Forrester will melt under the pressure.
So you don't think we'll get a wild card in there that can make some noise?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Because the playoff teams are going to be Lunsford, Forrester, and Reed, and then likely Tyler.
So we're only having 4 playoff teams?
Yeah, 4 out of 8, half the league.
We haven't decided yet. John, Commissioner?
We can have more if y'all want. I thought y'all were ready to get over.
I think everybody.
I am. I have so checked out on
I
this.
did too, but I think everybody should get in the postseason.
Yeah, I don't really care.
Okay.
8 plays
The
one.
ones that complain about everybody gets a participation trophy in other playoffs.
Yeah, I've checked out.
Well, again, we don't sit up here and practice all night and read cheat codes and all that kind of stuff.
Y'all are going to struggle to get me to finish the actual regular season. I'll just go ahead and tell you.
Well, that was a comment on my game yesterday was, at least I'm playing this out. I didn't take the mercy rule, which I forgot about when I was down 28. And then I said, and at least I'm 10 games in. I've only got 4 games left. I think it's going to be hard to get LT and Brownie and Rockstar to finish 14 games.
Well, it's not my team's fault. It's the coach's fault.
Yeah.
So I need to be fired.
Yeah. Well, that was the only thing. I couldn't fire mine. I would change playbooks. My other choice was to let Lunsford play for my team, and nobody wanted
my
me to
clock
do that.
management, my inability to call plays, to run plays. It's not the team's fault.
Yeah. Realistic yesterday. I intercepted a ball in the end zone. But because of where he caught it was out of the end zone, straddling the line, so I had to try to run it out before I could dive on the ground. And I take one step, and power stick Forrester hits me with an offensive lineman that knocks the ball out of my DB's hand, who intercepted it, and picks it up and takes it into the end zone for a touchdown.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
All the time. I mean, where was the offensive lineman downfield on the catch? Where was that flag?
Oh, yeah.
Not there at all. Our show being brought to you in part by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. If you're getting ready for another big weekend of basketball, or maybe this is the weekend you start grilling out. I think we're into the 60s on Sunday.
That is correct, yes. We got good weather coming.
60s on Sunday. I mean, it's a crappy day today in central Alabama, but this weekend – I'm going to deem it grilling season kicks off, and your butcher shop can get it going in a good direction.
I'm telling you, it's the place to pick up all the meat from the certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken, cut to order just for you. Don't forget about those delicious, huge deli sandwiches for lunch. They've got a great selection of fine wines and desserts. And they want to remind you, Valentine's Day special, dinner for 2. The package includes 2 8-ounce choice fillets, 2 loaded twice-baked potatoes, 2 garden salads, yeast rolls, only $59.99. You can upgrade to Prime for just $10 more. Reserve yours today. They're available for pickup all week, Valentine's week. 2 locations, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
The next round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel @NextRoundLive and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's @NextRoundLive on YouTube.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are here and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the next round all the way through the Super Bowl. Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Back with you on the Next Round. Our friends at the University of Montevallo bring you this part of the show, Montevallo. Great place to go to school if you're looking for a place for your son or daughter to pick a wonderful institution. You can do that right there at the University of Montevallo. Montevallo.edu. Beautiful campus, great class sizes, going to help them academically. Wonderful social life, and 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. Find out why you belong at Montevallo. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. All right, basketball tonight, big one down at UAB. Florida Atlantic in UAB. Florida Atlantic hasn't lost since November the 11th, one of the hottest teams in the country. In fact, Jeff Goodman and all the folks at Field of 68 believe that FAU, win or lose tonight in Birmingham, still has a very realistic shot at being an at-large team when we get to the NCAA tournament. But, of course, another win over UAB would help them when it comes to their resume. They do have a win over Florida, by the way, who continues to look good after Florida beat number 2 Tennessee. That's the kind of team that's in town tonight.
UAB wins this game, by the way.
You think so?
Yeah.
You think Jelly's going to play? Or does that affect you at all?
Yeah, I think this is the pivotal moment. I mean, hey, look, if Jelly wants to come out and play a top 20 team and get this thing going back in the right direction for UAB, who has won back-to-back games without Jelly, this is the moment. I truly believe if he doesn't play tonight, he's not going to play the rest of the year. In the first meeting, this was a great game. I mean, you had 14 lead changes or 14 ties, 18 lead changes. It was back and forth. And since then, Florida Atlantic's just been playing great basketball, and UAB's kind of gone the other direction. A lot of that is because they obviously don't have one of the best players in college basketball. UAB won both matchups last year. I like UAB in this spot. They're -1.5.
I was about to say favored at home. That just shows you how tough road basketball is. Florida Atlantic is clearly the best team in this conference.
Yeah, but 7 of their 11 CUSA wins, single digits.
So they're playing a lot of close ones, huh?
Yeah, they're playing some close games.
Yeah.
So that's tonight down at Bartow Arena for that basketball contest. As we jump back to football, cut number 7, if you will. Tyler, I appreciate this a lot. Deion Sanders, part of the recruiting class yesterday, signing day yesterday. He's now the coach, of course, at Colorado. On his coaching staff is Charles Kelly, who ends up being voted 24/7's #1 recruiter in college football.
Yeah.
Combination what he did at Alabama in the early signing period and what he did as well when he got to Colorado to help Deion get a couple of other guys together.
There was obviously the Florida State history connection, I would guess, between he and Deion, but I think this shows you why Deion wanted him. The guy can flat out recruit.
Yeah. He's #1 in 24/7. Here's Deion Sanders talking about what he's been able to put together with the portal, some of the other people he's signed on traditional signing days, and what's ahead for his Buffaloes.
We're training now in that weight room because we're coming. Our coaches up there preparing practice scripts and game plans because they're coming. I mean, these kids we're recruiting our butts off. We're not recruiting just no ordinary Tom, Dick, and Harry. We recruiting some guys that can light up their scoreboard and prevent touchdowns from occurring. We're coming, and we're serious about that. Hope is in the house. Hope is in the air. Hope is in the city. Hope is in the community. Hope is within you all.
I mean, if I'm a Colorado fan, he fires me up. I mean, that's first of all, I know who my head coach is. If I'm a Colorado fan, I don't
It's
know.
a weird way to talk about great defense, though.
What?
How did he state that? He said guys that are going to light up the scoreboard and guys that will
prevent touchdowns.
Bend but don't break. Hey, also in that video, a question you ask about is his deal with Under Armour. I mean, that's a Nike pullover, big old Nike logo on there. No problem there.
Part of his deal. Part of his deal. Wouldn't have got the job if he was going to stick to that.
Yeah, I mean, you wondered about that, and it shows you he's going to wear that Nike gear. The thing I'll say about Deion is a lot of coaches take jobs like this, and they try to limit expectations. They do their very best without saying, hey, this roster really, really sucks, and we're going to be bad for 2 or 3 years while I build this. They use all the language they can to say that without out and out saying that.
Yeah,
I don't think that's Deion's style.
Well, that's what I'm saying, and he is not doing that. He's doing the exact opposite. In fact, he's building expectations to the point that you argued yesterday, or we at least discussed the possibility of them going 6-6 and making a bowl game.
Well, that is the question. What is, Colorado, who I think we would all agree, of the Power 5, a place that sometimes we put Vanderbilt, just the Power 5 schools, that there was a discussion that last year before Deion got there, Colorado was the worst team in Power 5 football. Is that fair?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Colorado, Kansas has traditionally been there. Yeah.
I mean, there are some other programs that you could say, Stanford is close. I don't know where you put this program, that program, but you could make a case Colorado was the worst Power 5 team. It wasn't Vanderbilt last year. Likely it was Colorado.
Yeah, Northwestern was right there.
Yeah. So what is the expectations and how quick can you get it turned around? We talked yesterday at 6-6, but in 2024, second year, what is the potential of Deion Sanders in Colorado? What can they be in 2024 when they're in a Pac-12 that no longer has USC or UCLA?
Well, I go back to a Pac-12 that had both USC and UCLA in 2016. Mike McIntyre was your national coach of the year. They win 10 games. They play Washington for the Pac-12 championship. Washington wins that game, goes on to a college football playoff, gets run off the field by Alabama. But that Colorado team was really good. And so, that was one in a 10-year cycle. But if Mike McIntyre can do it with those recruits, I think Deion Sanders can get this thing turned around. I think it's going to take a little bit longer, though, but not much longer.
Demore Kennedy was a linebacker at Alabama, also one of the guys that has left for Colorado. One other thing, you can't go ahead and bet. There's no over-unders to bet for next football season yet. I can't go bet unders.
Like win totals,
No, points in games.
Oh,
I can't do that yet.
No.
because there was a everybody had their little news conferences yesterday, and there was an interesting one at Iowa, Brown. Kirk Ferentz,
Bet the under.
when he was talking at Iowa, he says there will be this many staff changes.
That'd be 0
on Iowa.
Who does that include?
That includes Brian Ferentz, who will be back as the offensive coordinator, 130th in offense last year, 251 yards a game, the worst since 1999 when Kirk took over the Iowa program. He's making no staff changes, which has Iowa fans' head blowing up.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys. I think it would be really difficult. This is probably why you don't hire your son.
Oh, it's nepotism at its finest. I mean, you can't even paint it any different way.
And I don't know what you do if you're Kirk. I mean, Kirk is
fire your son.
Well, he's such a beloved guy in that community. I mean, he's not going anywhere. And I guess he realistically thinks I'm not going to win a championship anyway. Although they were really close in 2015.
Yeah.
A goal line stand away from going to a college football playoff. But, that offense was awful. It's very obvious to everyone out there needs to be a change. But again, I've never been in that situation. I don't want to ever be in the situation of having to fire young Jack. I don't think I could do it.
I don't think you can, but at some point you got to go to him and say, look, I love you. You're my son, and I love you enough to be honest with you. This ain't working.
Yeah, you're going to be an offensive analyst to the head coach.
Or, special assistant to the head coach. You're not going to make the same amount, but your family's still going to be fine. I'll make sure you're taken care of, but I got to move on.
Or you'll make the same amount. It doesn't matter. You just can't run our offense.
Yeah, you ain't calling plays.
Yeah, you can't run our offense.
And I think Kirk Ferentz probably swings a big enough sword at Iowa. He can get that done.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but, you're getting mixed signals. If you're Brian, look, I got a cameo from Bob Stoops and Iowa guy. I got a cameo from Fran McCaffrey,
who were basically telling you to quit.
Yeah, it's basically a joke.
That was a joke.
No, that's what I'm saying. You're basically a joke right now.
You are.
To a lot of people. All right, more college football coming up. Tom Luginbill is in the next segment. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Odie's, where last night LT asked this question:
what came first, Mountain Dew Baja Blast or The Walking Dead the series? Can bring Lunsford in here. Brown knows this because he was there.
How was that true? I know the
night.
answer. Yes,
Mountain Dew, Baja Blast, or The Walking Dead
series, not movie or books.
Yeah.
I'm gonna surprisingly, I'm gonna say it was Walking Dead the series. I think it's been going on since, I'm gonna guess, 2008.
I think it's 2010. I want to say Baja Blast has been around a lot longer than that. But I don't know. I'm going to say Baja Blast.
Okay, so Tyler and Lunsford both agree. So The Walking Dead was 2010. It made its debut on AMC. I had no idea, man. I'm just not a Baja Blast guy, but I only found out about Baja Blast a couple of years ago. Taco Bell, everybody was raving about it.
That's the only place I saw it.
It was 2004.
Wow.
Yeah, these are the little nuggets you learn at Odie's Team Trivia. Join us every Wednesday night. Brown's going to be there a lot coming up because Rockstar is going to be out on the West Coast. But it's a great place just to get a good lunch or dinner. Today is a perfect chili day. They've got incredible chili there, delicious salads, sandwiches, burgers. Get in, see Will Haver and that great staff. It's a Birmingham institution. It's Odie's Tavern.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne's serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. At the New Balance Birmingham store, we go beyond taking your measurements. For us, comfort fit means a lot more than just checking for enough room in the toe box. You see, a simple fit may look and feel okay inside the store, but high-quality custom fit shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store will continue to look and feel great while performing the task you need them to do. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store and experience the difference a custom fit makes for you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. The Athletics' Aaron Suttles is part of our Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Let me ask a very simple question. If you were washing your car, would you use the same sponge on the body of the car that you use on the undercarriage? The clear answer is no. So why are you using the same razor on your face that you're using on the undercarriage? Stop doing that today. Go get the lawnmower at Manscaped and make sure you got the perfect razor for that really important part of your body. Manscaped.com. Right now, use the code TNR, 20% off your order. Use code TNR at manscaped.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Tom Luginbill coming up to talk everything college football with us. It is official. Alabama has its first public collective, even though, as Ross Dellinger points out, they're calling it an entity, not a collective. It is Yea Alabama, and the school has made that announcement today. Yea Alabama is the entity/collective, and that includes quotes from athletic director Greg Byrne and coach Nick Saban in that entity. So that is something to help the student athletes at Alabama with their NIL deal, and that is now the official entity for Alabama. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Hemphill as we get ready to talk to Lugs.
Yeah, Hemphill Services, our friends there, offering a $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent Train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
All right, ESPN's Tom Luginbill doesn't just do college football. He does recruiting, everything for ESPN. He's with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Lugs? How are you?
I'm doing good, guys. I was just kind of hearing you in the last segment and then hearing about the Bama entity. How much you want to bet the fine print in the Bama entity is you don't get any of it unless you earn it?
I am told Nick Saban is very staunch on that belief. As I want my guys earning it. I don't just want him.
As he should be.
Yeah. It's
it's Baja Blast, guys. I mean, that was a slam dunk.
I didn't know it was that easy. I really didn't. I didn't know it was around. I mean, I've
now understand. I'm a professional connoisseur of the Taco Bell brand. So most people may not think that was an easy one. That was an easy one for me.
We typically get to entertainment on the backside, but because we brought up The Walking Dead, this new show, The Last of Us on HBO, I don't know if you've seen it. The first 3 episodes are incredible in my opinion.
I've seen the first 2. Unbelievable, incredibly intrigued. I think it's freaking fantastic. And I find myself closing my eyes and listening to Pedro Pascal talk, because it's weird seeing him talk and not be the Mandalorian. Has that happened to you?
Well, I haven't seen the Mandalorian, but I've seen him in
what?
I'm not a Star Wars guy. I've seen him in a million other things.
You don't have to be. You don't have to be.
Okay. I do love.
Trust me.
I love him. I will tell you, this 3rd episode, though, me and Lunsford were talking about it. It's one of the most unique episodes that you don't see coming. And Nick Offerman from Parks and Recs will be nominated and probably win an award for that one episode.
I think Nick Offerman and Michael Richards are the two greatest comedic characters of any sitcom of all time.
I'll tell you this, he ain't funny in this, but he's really
No,
good.
I've heard.
Yeah.
He's got range.
All right, as you've had a chance to scan all of signing day now, we've had both of them. The team that you would deem as the biggest winner of all of signing day would be who?
I would probably say Oregon, and then South Carolina made a really nice push yesterday. It's easy when we say winners. I got into a huge social media debate about this, and I had picked 5 winners after the December signing day, and I didn't have Alabama on there. Well, duh, they're the number 1 ranked overall class. We know they have the best class. We're picking some other schools that maybe were surprising a little bit, like a Texas Tech, like an Oregon. South Carolina closed really, really nicely. I just think that we're to the point now where you had a handful of guys. Jeremiah Cobb was one of them at Auburn. Nicholas Harbor, Deuce Robinson decided not to sign. Jaden Rashada ends up at Arizona State because essentially there was nowhere else for him to go, and he falls in their lap, and good for the Sun Devils. But I think Shane Beamer's done a really, really nice job, and Dan Lanning, to me, has cast a wide net. He was able to withstand the loss of Dante Moore, ends up getting Austin Novosad to come over, a previous Baylor commitment. Does a great job in the state of California with Uiagalelei on the defensive front, beating Ohio State there. So big winners in the Pac-12 if you're Oregon.
Who surprisingly had a bad class?
Oh, man, I hate this question because I think you focus on what you got and not what you didn't. But
I can reframe it.
Reframe it.
No,
Give us a different frame.
It's just like I think everybody is happy on this day. Everybody's happy in December because, it is what it is. And I think now, too, you got to include the transfer portal additions on whether you're happy or not, because they're going to make up now almost half of your class sometimes, depending on who you are. I didn't think that there was somebody that was just terrible. I really didn't. Nobody just surprised me, and I said, wow, what's going on? If I were to pick maybe one team that didn't have as many like upper tier, high end, it might be either Michigan or Ohio State. Now, Ohio State still has a top 10 class, but it's a little top heavy. Michigan's is a little top heavy. Middle and bottom third maybe wasn't as deep or as talented as we've seen in years past.
I'm interested. I thought Cincinnati, BYU, some of them would get a bump in their immediate move to the Big 12, but I don't know what they've done in the portal. But just high school recruiting, Cincinnati and BYU did not get the bump I thought they were going to get moving to the bigger league.
UCF did. I thought UCF and Gus Malzahn did get a bump. The team that's going to get a bump when that starts to happen is going to be Houston, because Houston can recruit their entire roster at the high school level and never have to get on an airplane. That's the reason why those coaches in the Big 12 did not want Houston in that league, right? And so that's going to change the shape of the Big 12. But I think it's going to take a year or two. And I say that, and I'll point to TCU and Utah is prime examples of this. And I think I've shared this with you before. You make that jump, it's a much bigger jump than people want to give it credit for. So Utah was 36-3 their last 3 years at the Group of 5 level. TCU was 33-6. Both were under 500 their first 2 years at the Power 5 level. So it takes time to kind of reset and get yourself in a position where you now have access to better players. It opens doors to players that may not have considered you previously, and that may be the case for a Cincinnati. I do think, and BYU, but BYU is so national, where really they're international if they want to be, and they've got the Polynesian pipeline that really helps them. But the teams that will flourish first will be Houston and UCF.
ESPN's Tom Luginbill with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I'm going to ask you the same question about Alabama and Auburn, if you could answer both teams here. And the only Alabama asterisk I want to give you is you've already gotten Alabama fans fired up about the JUCO receiver that is coming in.
Malik Benson.
Yeah, Malik Benson, that you said Alabama couldn't cover in bowl practice, basically. So pick a different Alabama player. But same question, Alabama and Auburn, the player they should be most excited about in both these signing classes.
I would say for Alabama, it's probably Caden Proctor, Kayan Hill for Auburn. It's a nice, both of those guys are really, really nice additions I was asked the question the other, because I think the job that Hugh Freeze and their staff did, both in the transfer portal and at the high school level in a short period of time, to work into the winter and the spring was really, really well done, and it sets a foundation for them going forward. But I've also said about Alabama that if Ohio State or Tennessee or Clemson or USC or Michigan would have signed this Alabama class, we would all be calling it the best class of all time. But because Alabama signed it, we're also conditioned and spoiled to expect it, that it doesn't carry as much magnitude. They've got 17 players in this class that rank in the top 10 of their respective position. They have 2 top 5 quarterbacks, 2 top 2 running backs, a top 2 offensive tackle, all right, top 5 defensive end, a top 5 outside linebacker. Man, the list goes on and on and on. And when you look at their departures, look at the positions of the players that they played. It's depart, enter, D-E, pass rusher, corner, running back. I mean, the list goes on. And so I think we gloss over the fact that when it happens to somebody else, it's this phenomenal job. And we don't give Alabama the credit they're due for the class they put together here in 23.
Is there a quarterback in this class that could be an impact guy next season?
That is a really, really good question, because it's not going to happen for Malachi Nelson. It could potentially happen for Arch Manning if Quinn Ewers continues to just be a yo-yo of inconsistency, up and down like crazy. Dante Moore is probably the guy. Dante Moore, who is our second-ranked overall player. Jackson Arnold at Oklahoma, I think, will really push Dylan Gabriel just because he's flat out more talented than Dylan Gabriel is. But Dante Moore could step right on the field, and he may be better than what UCLA is playing with. And then everybody's going to talk about Nico at Tennessee, and Holstein and Lonergan are not going to be guys that will be in the mix, right away for Alabama. But I'll say this: in 18 years, we've never had 3 quarterbacks in the top 5. A couple of years back, we had Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields. That had never happened before. So it's a huge risk. We know there's a lot of unknown variables, but it just happened to be one of those classes where the quarterback play was really good.
Speaking of quarterbacks, our friends at The Athletic and several people have done this type of study. Quarterbacks between 2014 and 2017, the top 50 high school quarterbacks in those recruiting classes, 57% of them transferred. 2017 to 2020, 70% of them transferred. When we do those numbers again, 21 to 24, do you expect when we talk about this in 2024 that the number will be higher than 70%?
Oh, probably.
Yeah.
There's and again, so let's go pay them $13 million at 17-year-olds. Yeah. What are we doing? I mean, you talk about no ROI. I mean, this is insanity. I mean, this is ridiculous. Prospects, if I can beg you to do anything, focus on performance, focus on production, win a job, compete to win a job. And then all of a sudden, when you play really good, guess what? You're going to open up a checkbook of NIL that's going to be fantastic. And you're going to be better for it because you had to go out there and earn it. These numbers that are getting thrown around, and I'm glad you brought this up, Jim, because there are so many guys out there, and there are so few success stories when you consider the hype and the recruitment, especially at the quarterback position. The success rate is so low. And so, whether it's a running back, running backs are growing on trees. Wide receivers there's tree groves of wide receivers. They're everywhere. But you can't find offensive tackles. Like, if you're really going to do an NIL deal, go get a pass rusher and invest in that. All right, your chances of that guy panning out versus a quarterback are way higher. And so this has all got to reset somehow, some way. And I know it's complicated. And I know it's great off-season fodder to discuss with NIL and the transfer portal and the windows and this vicious cycle that we just continue to be in. But these kids got to go on and perform first. And the problem is, Jim, is they don't necessarily want to compete. They want it to be easy. And, they've always been the best player on the field. Now all of a sudden they're not, and it's hard. And the learning curve is steep. And even for some of them physically, it's steep. And we've got to get these kids to battle, and keep fighting and keep scrapping, and not just take the front door when something doesn't go their way.
Well, and that's why I asked you that question, because you've painted a really very positive picture of the Alabama quarterback room with 4 highly thought of quarterbacks in the last 2 classes. But
2 of them will be there a year from now.
That's right. 2 of them will be there, and 2 will likely be gone unless anybody changes positions, which just doesn't seem to happen anymore. It used to happen all the time when you were a quarterback, because the quarterbacks were the best players in high school, and you'd get to a place and you're like, well, I'm going to be third-string quarterback, or maybe I could be a starter at wide receiver or DB or something. Is there a guy that you see that's a quarterback at an SEC school that could do a position change, or do you just end up transferring and trying to play quarterback somewhere?
Jalen Milroe. The problem is he's going to fight it. He's not going to want to do it, but he could make for one heck of a Bo Scarborough type guy. He could be an outstanding safety prospect. He's got real ability, but quite honestly, Ty Simpson's a superior passer, more of a pure passer. So he's a guy there. And you talk about this transfer stuff. I want to bring up Walker Howard at Ole Miss for a moment.
Oh, good point.
That's one of the ones that actually kind of makes sense to me, because he got caught up, or he ended up, the timing of his arrival at LSU was at the time of the COVID extra year. Jaden Daniels comes over. Nobody expected Jaden Daniels to take the extra year, but he does. And you've got Garrett Nussmeier, that's a really good player. They're still going to have a lot of eligibility left. And so Walker Howard's looking at it going, my clock's going to run out. Like, I see that perspective. I get that one. If there was a Walker Howard and a Jaden Daniels and Garrett wasn't in there, Walker Howard's at LSU knowing that a year from now, he's probably going to be the starter for 3 years. But, if you start to see that just from, I don't know, maybe circumstance or, the extra COVID year, that it's not going to happen for you, that's a little bit unique, and I think Walker Howard's one of those examples.
Okay, better chance of telling me the new offensive and defensive coordinators in Tuscaloosa or who DB Cooper is. Have you watched that documentary, by the way?
I have. Yeah. No, it's probably easier to tell you who DB Cooper is going to be. The thing that we got to understand about the Alabama offense, and if you're an offensive coordinator and you have a system and you've been doing it 10, 12, 15, 20 years, if you're going to be the coordinator at Alabama, you're probably not bringing your offense. You're adapting to the Alabama offense. And coordinators have to be willing to do that. They have to be willing to shift or get out of, their own comfort zone and alter their terminology. Because the rest of it's not changing. So, that could be a part of why, this thing's kind of dragging on a little bit longer. But there's no telling, man. I mean, this it is. I like the fact, though, that he's not rushing to do this. He doesn't have to. Get the kids in the winter conditioning program. All you've got to do is make sure you got that guy on board so he can evaluate personnel and get ready for spring ball. It didn't have to happen 3 weeks ago. So I have no issue with the timing of this.
But has there been a name that has been reported, you've seen reported, that you're like, ooh, I like that?
No, not really.
Okay.
Not really. So I don't know. I think that everybody, it's easy to say, well, this guy would be good, but when their head coach is the secondary coach and he's a defensive coach, above all else, you have got to make sure that that's a fit, right? That works.
Yeah.
Sometimes that takes more time because you're not just turning over the defense to somebody. That's the other thing. You're not just saying, okay, go coach the defense, because that's not a CEO head coach.
Yeah. One non-college football thing, because you have history in this on a couple of fronts. The Arena Football League came out yesterday. They're coming back after bankruptcy in 2019. They're going to play in 2024. We have the XFL relaunch, the third version of that. We've already had a very successful first-year run of the USFL, and now we're starting to spread out to 4 different cities this year, not in Birmingham. Is that too many? Too many other leagues other than the NFL, or is there enough? I know there's not enough NFL talent to go around to fund all those leagues, but is it good to have an AFL, an XFL, and a USFL out there?
Absolutely, because it's jobs. It's jobs and the opportunity to continue to play football, continue to maybe move up the ranks. If you're in the Arena Football League, your goal is to get into the XFL or to get into the USFL. And if you've been in the XFL or USFL, your goal is to jump back up into the National Football League. I'm not so sure the general public realizes how many really, really good football players, guys that have been on NFL active rosters, guys that have made practice squads more than once or been to the last cut, and maybe it's just not the right place at the right time. There are a ton of guys like that out there. There's enough to fuel all of these leagues. Where the Arena Football League's got to be very, very careful is the moment they went into a players union type scenario, the whole thing came crashing down, because you're paying $100K, $200K a player, and your franchise is losing $3 million a year. I mean, it just, you do the math, it doesn't work. So how they come back will determine their level of success, in my opinion, in terms of how they're financially situated.
We had Daniel Jeremiah on from the NFL Network last week, and I asked him this question because we were going into the NFC Championship game, and we had either Jalen Hurts or Brock Purdy was going to be quarterbacking a Super Bowl team. Now it's Jalen Hurts. But I'll ask you the same question. I mean, when you scouted these guys coming through high school, did you ever envision either one of these guys would be a starting quarterback in a Super Bowl?
No, not at all. Both of them were 4 stars just outside of the ESPN 300 for us. Actually, Brock might have been a high-end 3-star just because he's, fairly size deficient. Doesn't have an elite arm talent. Jalen did have arm talent, but he was extremely raw, and then ends up really developing quickly once he arrived at Alabama. But it's interesting. The question that you just asked me, the answer is no. And if anybody says yes, they're lying to you. Because we were just talking about, right, what a projection, what a difficult projection this all is from high school to college. Try doing it from college to the NFL. I spent 11 years in that world, and I'm telling you, I'm seeing all this discussion about Will Levis, and I'm sitting there seeing all this discussion about Anthony Richardson, and I'm going, what am I watching? 2 of the most marginally productive players in college football, all right, who've been injured, who are inaccurate, but you get so enamored with the physical attributes, right? And then the NFL ego comes into play. Well, we can fix that. Once he gets into our system, he'll be fine. He just needs to develop. And I don't get that. That's blowing my mind. I'm sitting there looking at Bryce Young, and I think there's Bryce Young, and then there's a pretty good drop. Then there's CJ Stroud maybe, and there's a pretty big drop. And I'm looking at Jake Haener at Fresno State. That's what I'd be looking at. I mean, I don't know. I get the arm strength thing. I get that everybody, Will Levis is Josh Allen. Well, he might be Jake Locker. So just be ready.
We agree with you.
Yeah, I thought Locker was going to kill it, though, to be honest with you.
I don't understand all of this. Anthony Richardson deciding to leave school is a more mind-boggling thing than I've seen in a long time at the quarterback position.
But he's going to get first-round money.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
All right, he is ESPN's Tom Luginbill. Go follow him at Tom Luginbill. Read all of his stuff. See him on ESPN. He'll be on the XFL as soon as it kicks off coming up in just a couple of weeks here. So you'll see Luginbill on XFL games.
That's right.
All right,
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Have a good weekend, buddy. Thank you. ESPN's
Thank you.
Tom Luginbill with us on the Johnston RVCenter.com hotline.
Yeah, part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Redmond. When we come back in our next segment, Orlovsky's just unveiled his top 5 quarterbacks all time in the NFL. I want to see if you guys agree with any parts of his list there.
Stafford going to be on there.
and we'll talk about a lot more. But Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling, we're going to give you an opportunity in about a month to win Chuck's Bucks.
Yeah, so we're going to have a great bracket challenge, not only here on the show, but also your opportunity, as Dunaway said, to win Chuck's Bucks. We're going to be live on location downtown getting ready for the NCAA first and second rounds here in Birmingham. Redmond Vodka is going to be a big part of it. But if you're out and about, if you're a vodka lover, had a guy in from New Orleans yesterday, came into our studios. We were talking. He's a big vodka drinker. I introduced him to Redmond Vodka yesterday. Ask for it by name. Support local. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled, available at your local package and beverage and a local package and ABC stores, including the Beverage Place and Pink package. Again, ask for it by name. It is Redmond Vodka.
Mike, this is Redmond Vodka. Redmond Vodka, this is Mike. Glad to meet you, sir.
Oh, he was excited.
Yeah. Hey, is Mike's name? I was just picking a name out of the hat.
His name is Stewart, actually.
Stewart, okay. Mike was just picked a name. When we come back, that list from Orlovsky, which I find interesting, and a couple other notes from the NFL on what could be a crazy offseason when it comes to quarterbacks. Will you guys watch the skill showdown tonight in Las Vegas, part of the Pro Bowl weekend? I didn't think so either.
Not a
Me
minute.
either. Not 1 second. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
It is the 52nd O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wills. The next round will be live at the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex Friday 3 to 5. Get discounted adult tickets in advance at any Birmingham area O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. And see us there Friday at 3 at the World of Wills.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Back with you on the next round as we continue on. Our friends at Bromberg's will help you get the ring you need for the season, but also Valentine's Day is coming up, so our friends at Bromberg's can help you there as well.
Yeah, 12 days out from Valentine's, nothing like giving or getting that silver box. And again, if you're bored at work, you're bored at home, go to Brombergs.com. You can shop right there online. Since 1836, family-owned and operated, Bromberg's thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler, introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. Oris founded in the Swiss town of Holstein back in 1904. Today, Oris, one of the small handful of Swiss watch brands that makes only mechanical watches. A mechanical watch, thing of beauty, designed according to principles that have been around for generations and will continue long into the future. An Oris watch is an item built to last and provide a lifetime of enjoyment. Again, you can order online at brombergs.com/watches/Oris, or just get into that Summit location today.
What time is it for quarterbacks? It's going to be crazy this offseason for some veterans. A lot of people now, after Tom Brady announced his retirement for good yesterday, believes that means Aaron Rodgers will play at least one more year. You know why that means that?
Why does that mean that, Jim?
He doesn't want to be in the same Hall of Fame class as Tom Brady. Delay it by 1 year, and you both don't go in together, and it steals the limelight a little bit.
Well, I believe it. I mean, he is an attention whore. If you were looking for one guy,
well, I mean, why would you care? I would not want to go in with Tom Brady.
Well, of course
either.
you wouldn't, but he's an attention whore. This is why he's stretching it out. I'm going to give it a couple more weeks, and I'm going to be able to figure out. He did this shit last year.
Rodgers is a better quarterback right now than Brady is. I would be.
But he's not nearly dedicated to the game like Tom Brady was.
I would love to have Aaron Rodgers as my quarterback if I was a team. Aaron Rodgers would make your team better than Matt Stafford.
But I wouldn't want him. I said this last year, did I not? 2 years ago, before Matt Stafford became the quarterback of the Rams, I said I would rather stick with Jared Goff than put up with greasy-haired Aaron Rodgers. Win or lose.
Derek Carr and Jimmy Garoppolo also expected to be free agents right now. Saying yesterday at Kyle Shanahan that Jimmy Garoppolo, there is no plan. He doesn't see a way that Jimmy G is part of their plans next year in San Francisco. So that, I mean, nobody's surprised by that, right?
Not at all. Do you want him in Tampa?
I would take him. Of those two, of those three, I would take Rodgers or Derek Carr. Carr is more realistic for us. But probably Jimmy G. As I told you guys before the show, my luck, it's going to be Baker Mayfield or Jacoby Brissett or Teddy Bridgewater.
I still think Garoppolo is going to be a starting quarterback in this league. Yeah, I mean, this split was inevitable because now you've got two rookie contract quarterbacks in Trey Lance, who started the season, and Brock Purdy, who finished the season. And those guys are more than capable of the roster you've got around them. Why would you pay a guy like Garoppolo $25+ million to come in and basically have the same production as those guys?
But just to be clear, Rodgers wants to play one more year to avoid that, but nobody thinks it's going to be in Green Bay, right?
He's not saying that
well,
yet.
Everyone is
speculation, is saying that he's going to play at least one more year. He is open to restructuring his contract, which means taking less money, to go and fit in under somebody else's salary cap.
You know, it's interesting. I was talking to a Green Bay fan last night about this very topic, about Aaron Rodgers, and he was talking about how, look, when I've seen Jordan Love, he looks fine. I'm just ready to move on. You know, I appreciate what Aaron's done. I'm ready to move on. And I said, do you know how fortunate you have been? Since 1993,
yes,
you've had a Hall of Fame quarterback. Since 1993.
Favre to Rodgers.
Favre to Rodgers.
Yeah.
I mean, you hadn't even had to think about quarterbacks since I was in high school.
Well, that was going to be the Colts. If Andrew Luck doesn't leave early, he's in his prime right now. I can't believe that you would sacrifice a year of your life doing something you weren't committed to do just
I
where
think you oversell that.
Who?
You oversell that about Aaron Rodgers.
No,
not being
Dunaway
committed.
just said I wouldn't want to share the limelight with him on the.
Yeah, no, I'm saying you oversell him not being committed.
I agree with Brown.
I think you don't like Aaron Rodgers, which is abundantly clear. But I think
abundantly clear. But there's no way somebody with his skill set that can have the number one seed 3 years in a row and can't get to a Super Bowl.
But he's got the number one seed 3 years in a row. You can't do that by not being committed.
He doesn't have Cooper Kupp up there, right?
He had Devontae Adams.
He had Devontae Adams. He wasn't Cooper Kupp.
But you're saying
we didn't have Aaron Donald.
You're saying
he still had a good roster, and this guy, it's not like he was the guy that wasn't making plays in those NFC Championship
Okay,
games.
well, maybe he chokes under that pressure, but you can't say he's not committed. He had that. You just said yourself he had the one seed 3 years in a row. How hard is that to accomplish?
He's not nearly as committed as other people. There is no doubt about that.
Now, what about Aaron Donald? Aaron Donald's more committed than Aaron Rodgers?
No, he's not. Aaron Donald toys. He talks about retirement all the time.
He said it one time.
He had it on his social media.
He said it one time.
It was in his social media bio.
And Rodney Harrison ran with it. He never publicly came out and said it.
This year he stripped everything and posted it.
He's posted former NFL defensive lineman.
Yeah, I think he's considering it now. The guy's working out. Aaron Rodgers running around the jungle with a chick that doesn't bathe.
You don't like Aaron Rodgers, and it affects what you say about him.
It does not.
It does, Lance. You can't say he's not committed.
How do you know he didn't get a workout in before he was running around naked in the jungle with a chick?
I mean, maybe he did.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, you just said yourself, one seed 3 years in a row. Do you know how hard that is to accomplish in the NFL? You can't do that by not being a committed quarterback. You can't.
Yeah,
That's
you
impossible.
can. He's the most talented. He's probably technically the most talented quarterback we've ever seen in the NFL.
Maybe so,
Yeah.
but you've got to be committed to be able to do that. The
Not
league's too
nearly
hard.
as committed to some of these other guys.
Top 5 quarterback all time, Dan Orlovsky's list. Aaron Rodgers in his top 5 or no?
No. Is he going accomplished, talented? What's he doing?
If
here?
he's doing
most. I don't know if he said most talented or not now that you said that.
But if he's doing the full spectrum of everything, the intangibles, the commitment that he wouldn't be, if he's just going technically really good quarterbacks, he probably is.
How about if I just say best 5 quarterbacks in NFL history, does Aaron Rodgers make your top 5?
No, he doesn't.
Does he make your top 5? Brownie?
No.
He doesn't make Dan Orlovsky's either.
No.
Orlovsky goes Dan Marino 5.
Well, see, now you're going on talent argument. I mean, there are accomplishments, but the obvious lack of a championship. But Dan Marino is if you go talent, he's easy in the top 5.
Yeah, he kind of reminds me, talent-wise, of what you got. Aaron Rodgers is a more mobile guy.
Let me give you the list first, and then we
okay.
can break it down. Dan Marino was 5, Peyton Manning 4, John Elway 3, Patrick Mahomes 2, Tom Brady 1. Best quarterback of all time, Dan Orlovsky, who's on our show every Tuesday through the Super Bowl, and we enjoy our conversations with Orlovsky. He did that this morning on Get Up. What do you think about that list?
I don't have a problem with it. I'm okay with it.
Is there anybody he's missing?
Elway might be a touch high for me. Maybe I'm just off on Elway.
He has him at 3.
Yeah.
Elway...
he got the 2 rings right there going out the door, and I don't diminish that. Those are 2 Super Bowl rings. Most guys don't have that.
We forget about the Super Bowls he played in and lost.
That's absolutely. He was there, but he lost them.
And some of those amazing. The drive against Cleveland. Some of the moments he had.
Yeah.
Joe Montana's not in the top 5.
Joe Montana's not in Orlovsky's top 5.
Yeah, I think I'd have him in.
Yeah, I think you got to have Montana. I think I would bump Marino and have Montana.
Again,
But if we were on a playground in their primes,
I'm picking Dan Marino over Joe Montana.
Dan Marino over Joe Montana because Dan Marino throws a better ball than Montana did.
Well, he throws a better ball, but literally Matthew Stafford threw a better ball than Montana. Montana just had the intangibles. He won.
No Steve Young either on this list.
I wouldn't have Steve Young top 5.
It's hard to do top 5.
Pat Mahomes is a little high at number 2. I think ultimately he could be the best ever. But a little high at number 2. I'd put him probably in the top 5, though.
Well, that's the one I was wondering if you guys would, because a lot of times you go to your youth on the greatest of all times, because as you get older, you're like, well, these guys aren't as good as back in so and so days. So a lot of times for people who watch our show, we're going to go, 80s, 90s, early 2000s are going to be a lot of the greatest of all times, and that was why I was wondering if Pat Mahomes made the top 5 for you guys. He definitely did for Orlovsky.
I can't believe how many people, in the industry, credible people that say he's already the best quarterback of all time in front of Brady.
Well, he does. He has a resume. Tom Brady will always have 7 Super Bowl champions, but Pat Mahomes' ability to scramble and/or run and throw off of a different platform,
it's incredible.
Makes him unbelievable.
Yeah, he's like nothing we've ever seen, really.
And he's going to get another MVP this year. Now, a lot of that has to do with the fact that Jalen Hurts didn't finish out the year.
And you've hinted at this already, and we got a long way to go here, but if Pat Mahomes gets to and loses this Super Bowl, he will start to get labeled with that a little bit.
I think he will. More so if I'm a Kansas City fan, I'm just like, my gosh, we have been so close for 5 consecutive years, and we've got 1.
Because I'll go back to that Packers fan I was talking to last night, and I made that point to him. I was like, you've had a Hall of Fame quarterback every year since 1993, and you know what he said?
We've only got 2 Super Bowls.
I got 2 Super Bowls to show for that.
Same number as Tampa Bay since 2002.
And my point to him was I would take those 2 as a Dolphins fan, but you're absolutely right. You expected more out of that.
Basically same numbers as the Rams.
Yeah.
The Rodgers, not in that top 5. What's he been? MVP 2 times in the last 3 years?
Yeah, I think he's 3-time MVP.
Yeah. Peyton Manning is there. Obviously, no Eli Manning. No Jim Kelly.
Where did you have Peyton?
Peyton 4th.
Yeah, Peyton should be in there.
Yeah. Didn't always throw a pretty ball.
No, but dedicated.
No, but probably of all those guys, it's hard to discount Brady's brain, but Peyton's football brain is as good as anybody's has ever been. We've talked about it many times. That Denver Broncos World Championship, it was Peyton's brain out there playing football. His arm was not there anymore. You basically had one of the great football minds of all time somehow managing his way through that game.
Right.
One other question before we get to Super Bowl week next week about the NFL, a decision one team has to make after LT tells us about our friends at Precision Sports.
2023 is a new year, and there are new ways to contact your favorite precision sports medicine and orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Did you tweak your shoulder putting up the Christmas decorations, injure that elbow shooting hoops in the backyard, maybe getting a little pain in the knees, getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205 855-512-3885, or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Stephen Jones of the Cowboys says they're making a decision on whether or not Dak will be their quarterback for the next 10 years or not. They're about to, they are seriously considering reworking his contract to secure him to be their quarterback basically for the rest of Jerry Jones's life. Do you make that deal? He's not up right now. You got him contractually obligated to be the Cowboys quarterback, but they're talking about reworking his deal this offseason to take that off the table, to be committed to Dak and worry about other parts. What about if you're in charge of the Cowboys, if your last name is Jones, any part of the family tree, are you all in on Dak Prescott?
Boy, it's tough because of the rate he turned the football over. I think he had 2 or more picks in 11 games this year, led the NFL in picks. But, Dak, we've seen borderline greatness before, and I heard Stephen Jones in an interview yesterday saying he's going to be our quarterback for the next 10 years. So they're going to lock him up. I guess it's a good idea. I don't know what the other options are floating around right now.
Yeah, the other option, I guess, would be draft. These guys that are available right now, like Derek Carr is not an obvious upgrade over Dak Prescott, is he?
No.
Jimmy Garoppolo is not an obvious upgrade.
Dak's better than those guys.
Tom Brady would get a 1-year rental. You can't even do that right now because Dak's under contract.
I still think Dak's probably better right now than
Brady is.
I
would probably agree. But then on the other side of that is Dak Prescott, a guy I think I can win a Super Bowl with. That's your question. And I don't know the answer to that. I would lean towards no, but it's not a hard no for me.
I think he can. Jalen Hurts is favored in a Super Bowl right now. And if you would have said last year you can have Jalen Hurts or Dak Prescott, who would you have taken?
And if they had beaten San Francisco and Dak hadn't gotten Brock Purdy'd, they could have won it this year.
But there's your problem. Yeah. What happened in that game? What'd your boy Dak do in that game?
Well, it was 19-12, and he turned the ball over. And
he did not play well in that whole game.
Didn't produce enough points.
He didn't play well in that whole game. And that's why you ask those questions. That's me right there with a chance to get the NFC Championship game, one game against the Eagles for a trip to the Super Bowl, and my quarterback gets outplayed by basically an undrafted rookie. It's what it boils down to, Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah.
And that's hard to swallow.
Final verdict. I'll go old Mike Rada on the zone. Final verdict, yes or no on Dak Prescott? Do you lock him up?
I don't think I'd lock him up for 10 years.
Not 10. I'd give him 5.
5? I don't know what his contract is, but they're talking about reworking it and just taking that off the table for the Cowboys and probably the Joneses, the elder Joneses, last quarterback as a Cowboy down the stretch there. All right, when we come back, a lot more. We'll get back into the Yea Alabama entity that has been announced today by the University of Alabama. Brown's got a couple of details he found interesting on that. We'll chat about that a little bit. The one and only Jimmy Walker will join the show at 12 noon today from Good Times and great comedy over the years. Jimmy Walker's in Birmingham this weekend for the World of Wills.
What's his catchphrase?
It was Dynamite back in the day. We've been told that maybe he doesn't like to talk about dynamite a lot. So we'll talk to Jimmy Walker about something. Hopefully he doesn't mind talking about Good Times.
Well, he better.
Yeah, all that coming up at 12 noon today. But we'll be at World of Wills coming up this weekend, and we look forward to that live down there tomorrow. So if you want to go get tickets and join us for a show, and we got Thompson Square and a lot more down there tomorrow, that'll be a whole lot of fun. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters as well. Deer season is winding down, but a lot more than deer season you get at Nichols Outfitters at their great location.
Yeah, 50% off all deer hunting accessories, deer calls, scents, attractants, and that goes through the end of February. So even as it winds down, get stocked up for the next deer season with 50% off one of the top firearm showrooms in the state, most knowledgeable staff when it comes to outdoors. 50% off deer hunting accessories now through the end of February. Nichols Outfitters, I-65 exit 242 in Pelham. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round, and I was by seeing our friend Leslie and the board-certified team at Way to Wellness yesterday, and so I was trying to talk about things other than me losing weight, which is never easy. I had an Italian meal last night, not part of my plan. The lasagna I had came out like that.
How was it?
And you know how I
love lasagna.
You know how I clean my plate.
Yeah.
Right? So I had started off with this place I went. They give you, what is the chopped up salsa-like stuff that comes on the cracker, the Italian, it's bruschetta maybe?
Yeah, bruschetta.
So you get that's complimentary. You get one of those. My wife doesn't like it because it has onions in it.
That's good bruschetta, by the way.
Yeah, so I dropped
Yeah,
two.
it is.
So I eat both of those.
All right.
The complimentary bruschetta. Then fresh out of the oven bread comes with the olive oil and the seasoning in it.
Good bread.
So she eats one of those. I eat 3 of those. Then we get to an appetizer, the beggar's pocket, which is what's it? The prosciutto and pear inside a pasta drizzled in brown sugar sauce. So she ate a few of those. I ate the rest of those. Then she had a salad. I had an Italian salad.
This is not on the Way to Wellness plan. Right?
This is all not on the Way to
Wellness.
Wellness.
I just thought I should clear that up.
I want to see what the where we're going here.
Yeah.
Then I got the big lasagna. I could not finish the lasagna.
Wow, man, loaded up on the apps. Couldn't finish the main entree.
So while I was talking to Leslie after having that meal, I was like, let's talk about something other than my weight right now. What do you think of Bruce Arians being in the Ring of Honor and stuff? She's a big sports fan. She's looking forward to the next chapter at quarterback down in Tampa. We were talking about Tom Brady. She loves her sport. She loves her football. And she loves to help all of you folks out, too. And she will do that with Way to Wellness. Their website is aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Not only is it weight loss, but it's blood pressure, it's cholesterol, all the things that us men and women, as we get older, we struggle with. And as you know, as you get older, it's harder to knock off the pounds. It's harder to change your blood pressure numbers, your cholesterol numbers, but I've seen it work. It's worked for me, too. It could work for you as well. At Way to Wellness, planforme.com, and here's the best part. Easy plan, no contracts, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free. Just go to the website, no out-of-pocket money. You will love this plan to help you get into a little bit better shape in 2023 and get better cholesterol and blood pressure numbers. Just go to aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. So Alabama, with new guidelines put down by the NCAA in October, Alabama now is getting away from these third-party collectives that are very popular around college football. And now they're starting their own entity, they're calling it Yea Alabama. And you saw the Learfield announcement earlier where Alabama's building a name, image, and likeness facility with their new agreement with Learfield Communications. And now the school will be heavily tied in with Yea Alabama. This seems to be cutting edge for Alabama, where a lot of programs, I would imagine, will follow next.
Well, the two things we've heard about Alabama's NIL push, two things, and Luginbill mentioned one of them, is that Nick Saban has always been all about players being able to capitalize on this, but the one thing he doesn't want to create, he says across college football, but most importantly to him, obviously at Alabama, is guys just being handed money and then show up and play. He wants you to do a little something to earn it, right? That it needs to be based on some sort of effort, and that's one thing he has always said. The other thing we've heard from people at Alabama is they did not feel like, privately, a lot of the NIL structures you saw were sustainable. That it was the Wild Wild West early on and everybody was going, ready, shoot, aim, and it just wasn't sustainable. So they feel like, I believe, that this is the sustainable option that they have. Basically, it's going to be subscription-based. You can also just make tax-deductible contributions if you like, but there is a subscription level, a monthly subscriber level that gets you exclusive content through the year. Now, in the announcement, they don't go too in-depth on what that exclusive content is, but you will have the opportunity to purchase merchandise that is only available to people with that subscription, so you get unique merchandise. You get a limited T-shirt when you sign up, and it's just a cost of $25. Now, I don't know what the monthly, I don't know if it's $25 monthly or whatever it is, but that is the way this is going to work.
And Evan asked the question that a lot of people are saying, and it gets confusing. Okay, what is the difference between Yea Alabama and High Tide Traditions?
I would say the difference is one is operating now and one is not.
Yeah, High Tide Traditions is shutting down, and it was third party. It was mostly booster driven, if I just keep it simple, mostly booster third party driven. This is now being driven, obviously heavy by boosters as well, but more coordinated by the university, by the school itself, under these new October guidelines.
Yeah, I think you go back to last summer, and I think there were so many moving parts and so many different collectives that Nick Saban and Greg Byrne, Alabama, they were trying to figure out, how to do this the right way. And now I think they've got it kind of streamlined where, I mean, we talked to people that had collectives where you had two different collectives representing the same athlete.
Right.
So there was a lot of confusion. This seems to be a lot more simplified. The only thing, though, and I understand wanting to incentivize, like, you go out there and you earn your money, there's going to be a ton of recruits that are going to say, I want to get paid in advance.
And I'm not going to say Alabama is not going to do that, or Auburn with theirs. On to Victory is this same model. So Alabama and Auburn are kind of unified, at least in their belief that this is the model that is going to work.
Well, I think that's because that's what the NCAA is saying it's supposed to be. But as we know with all NCAA guidelines, there's always the gray area that's right. that you oftentimes end up dancing in.
Yeah. So I'm not saying that neither one of those schools will ever tell a guy, okay, we'll pay you, but both schools have seemed to shy away from that. Not saying they don't do it, but they've seemed to shy away from it. That there'll be plenty of money to be made. Like, for instance, a good example is today Brock Bowers, a story has come out, the Georgia tight end, that has said he will not take any money from the collectives, that he is going to allow that to go to his other teammates. He'll just take the money that he earns basically on the deals he cultivates.
That's right.
So I think you'll see some players do that too, that want to have this team outlook that will be like, listen, I'll make enough on my own. My portion of the collective, chop it up among the other guys.
Yeah, you love hearing that because
you
like
do.
Brock Bowers, he's going to make his money. It is interesting that not a lot of this spawned from it, but one of the reasons Saban was talking about the $800,000 in exchange for one guy's commitment and the other guy that wanted $500,000 in his girlfriend's law school admission. I don't know if you guys have heard those names yet.
Oh, I have. Yes. I
very interesting.
Yeah, I would say the other thing Nick Saban wanted, and you see Scott showing you some of the graphics there from the New Alabama Collective, the Yea Alabama. One other thing that Nick Saban was passionate about, I think, is that every player gets something. And you see that with Georgia, too, with what Brock Bowers is saying is, look, my other guy's going to get something. I'll get mine. This is more for them.
Go ahead.
So I think that was the other thing that you'll see from this, once it becomes school-based and not Wild West, is that now the school can control and make sure everybody from the walk-on long snapper to the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback is getting a cut. It's not going to be the same. You know, of course the quarterback's going to have an opportunity to make more than the walk-on long snapper, but everybody's getting something.
In the final 2 minutes of this discussion, I just want to go back to what Luginbill was saying about how we're, maybe overpaying or overpricing quarterbacks in the NIL. Would you not think that eventually the NIL money is going to look a lot like NFL money for positions? He was saying maybe you should spend more money on offensive tackles because they're harder to find. But don't you feel like the NFL model now is quarterback, wide receiver, edge rusher, DB?
That's it.
And don't you think that's the NIL money is going to reflect what NFL money, because those are the positions that change the game?
Probably I saw the recent franchise tag numbers. Quarterbacks 1, what do you think number 2 is? And remember, that's the top 5 on average highest salaries at that position for the NFL.
I would either go corner or pass rusher.
It's considered linebacker, but I think that is
pass
edge
rusher.
guy.
Yeah, it's edge guy.
It's the edge guy.
But it's almost $21 million for the average edge guy.
That's always been quarterback, cornerback, pass rusher, left tackle has been your historical hierarchy in the NFL. That's where you spend your money.
But I see what Dunaway's saying. I mean, look, right now, if you're an Alabama fan, what do you want? You want to find the replacement for a quarterback. You also need good receivers, and you need offensive line.
You need some offensive linemen. All right, top of the hour, whole half of the show to go. A lot to get to still in football, including in the NFL. LT, at some point in the next 2 hours, LT asked the question to Orlovsky earlier this week about the biggest leap, the teams that didn't make the playoffs, who could be really good in the NFL next year. Our friends at Bleacher Report, I'm not saying they were listening, but they threw out a list, 6 teams, and we'll see if Lance agrees with these 6 teams or not later in the second half of the show as well, and a lot more to still get to. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at MyBookie. Basketball action tonight. You can get in on those games. Maybe you were lucky enough to see, like LT was, to see that Florida was going to cover last night against Tennessee. In fact, they beat number 2 Tennessee. You could have made money at MyBookie.ag.
You certainly could have, and if you use promo code NEXTROUND, when you go there, you can get a deposit bonus. You make that deposit. They put the bonus in your account. You play it one time. It is yours for life. A lot of places will give you a deposit bonus, but you got to play it 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times before it becomes yours. Not MyBookie. Use code NEXTROUND for that deposit bonus. Code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. Don't forget the Super Bowl coming up. Pre-game, live line, Super Bowl props, everything from the opening coin toss to the length of the anthem, the color of the Gatorade dumped on the winning coach, MVP, all that stuff. The stuff that you enjoy just having fun with right there at mybookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND when you sign up. Get that deposit bonus. Code NEXTROUND, mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on The Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at The Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We'll react to Auburn's basketball win last night and some other basketball news in just a second. But as we jump into the headlines, big news in college football. Nia Smith, who had declared for the NFL draft, is returning to Texas A&M. That from Sam Kahn Jr. today. Nia Smith is a playmaker. He had until Friday, everyone does, to remove your name from the NFL draft, and that is something Nia Smith is doing today. So he's coming back to Texas A&M to play one more year with the Aggies.
You know, a little bit of a surprise, but I think the more he did his research, and I think his team around him probably told him that his draft grade not nearly as high as he thought it once was. And it's no telling what Anias is getting paid to come back.
Yeah, now he was a guy that got injured last year, right? He was
did.
one of the guys that got injured, so they didn't have him down the stretch. But he was one of only two playmakers they had on that entire roster, it seemed like, offensively. So that's a big get for Jimbo Fisher and, more importantly, for Bobby Petrino, who's calling plays now, getting Anias Smith back to Texas A&M. That's part of the headlines as we start this hour. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. Rockstar out today. Tyler, the intern, that beautiful smile right there. Give it to him.
Oh, wow.
There you go. That cheese.
Look
at that. The women, please. Y'all do not flood the hotline right there. Nextround.store, nextround.store. Tyler is there. So is Forrester and Lunsford in the back room. Taylor Corn is handling everything social media there at Next Round Live, at Next Round Live. Give us a thumbs up, like, wherever you're watching or listening to us today. This hour, the headlines brought to you by our friends at the World of Wills. We'll be down there tomorrow. It all gets going tomorrow.
It does. 52nd annual O'Reilly World of Wills. Don't forget to set your alerts so you know when we're live tomorrow. February 3rd, 4th, 5th. That's Friday, Saturday, Sunday at the BJCC. You could see all the hot rods, race cars, antique cars, classic cars, custom imports, motorcycles. Don't forget Thompson Square. That is Tyler's favorite band. They'll be performing 6 o'clock, 30-minute show. Followed by an autograph session with the band, Joe and Amanda Martin from Iron Resurrection. Rockstar's favorite show, that is Saturday. And then JJ, Jimmy Walker, he's going to be there Sunday. He'll be with us in about an hour from Good Times fame. You can get discount tickets at any Birmingham area O'Reilly Auto Parts right now, or go online to worldofwheels.net.
Hey, by the way, Brett McMurphy just tweeted this. It's James Franklin, head coach Penn State's birthday. You want to do your carnival act and see if you can guess? Because this is a hard one to figure out, I think.
I don't think it's that difficult. I will say James Franklin is 47.
Ooh, I was going to say 53.
Brown actually would be inside the 3 window. You would not. He's 51 today.
Okay.
51 today for James Franklin, who, as Brett points out, is the 8th oldest Big Ten head coach. McMurphy always sending out birthdays.
Will he ever win a championship?
I would say no at Penn State. I think he'll have to move.
He's already won 1 Big Ten championship, and if you're talking national championship,
I am.
If you win the Big Ten, you got a shot if they let you in the playoffs. The year he won the Big Ten, they did not. 12-team playoff coming up. I think he may win a championship.
I don't think he will at Penn State. I think he'd have to move, Lance.
Yeah,
I would agree.
I just don't think you could build a roster at Penn State to match up against Ohio State, Georgia, Alabama. Consistently, teams like that.
Yeah, we'll see what Penn State's able to do this year. It's supposed to be another good year for them. They had 11 wins last year, but happy birthday, James Franklin. Congratulations to Auburn. They dunked on Georgia last night, a lot of dunks. 94-73 over the Dogs. Bruce Pearl afterwards, now that they've got that revenge win behind them, schedule gets tough, but there's opportunity for the Tigers.
Look, we've got to beat the teams that we can and pick off some ones we're going to be, we're going to be an underdog. And we got 9 games left, and we're probably going to be a dog in 6 of them. And so we got to win the ones we're supposed to win and can win. And we got to see if we can pick up a couple that are going to be really, really hard to get starting Saturday at Tennessee, which is going to be tough. They've just been blowing people out at home, playing great. And I know they lost tonight. Great win for Todd Golden, my former assistant. That's a big program win for them, and I'll be curious to watch that tape and just see what they did to bother Tennessee.
Yeah, so a big win for Todd Golden in Florida to beat number 2 Tennessee last night. But traditionally, Bruce is pretty good against Tennessee.
Oh, yeah, he has done very, very well. This is a weird game because Bruce has got a good history against Tennessee and Rick Barnes. Tennessee is widely considered to be one of the top 5 teams of the nation, coming off a loss, which I don't think helps Auburn. I'm like you. I think you'd rather them come off a win than come off a loss.
I think Tennessee will be a 5.5-point favorite for whatever that means.
Yeah. Do you think Bruce is right 6 games that they'll be dogs? I'll just real quick. At Tennessee, they'll be a dog.
Yep.
At A&M?
Yep.
Against Alabama, where does that stand
That
right
has
now?
changed now. I think that's going to be Pick'em or Auburn 1.
I've always thought it was going to be around a pick. I still lean that Alabama is going to be favored in that game.
That'd be 3 then.
It's going to be really close, though.
Host Missouri, Auburn's favored there.
Yep.
At Vandy, Auburn favored there.
Yeah.
Host Ole Miss, Auburn favored there. So that's the 3 straight where they're favored. And then at Kentucky dog, at Bama dog, and hosting Tennessee. Some of that will depend on what happens, in this next game against Tennessee. But they could be a dog there.
Right now, they would be favored over Tennessee.
Yeah. So Bruce is pretty close. Bruce paying attention to the point spreads.
Yeah, I did like the way he's throwing it out.
Yeah.
It's something we do often on the show, Bruce, is say, 9 games left. He's going to be dogs in 6 of them.
And he's probably right. It's going to be 5 or 6.
I think he overplayed it. It sounds like it's going to be about 5 and 4. Yeah.
Overplayed it by 1 only.
Yeah. So Auburn wins last night. Florida upsets number 2 Tennessee. Auburn got a big recruit in the 2024 cycle. Tahad Pettiford, the big guard, or a guard, 5'11" guard out of New Jersey, big in star rating as he picks Auburn. Joins Jabari Smith, Sharif Cooper is the biggest recruits in Auburn basketball history. Tonight, FAU and UAB down at Bartow Arena. You cannot overplay this as an important basketball game for FAU when it comes to resume builder. They're trying to make sure they're secured as an at-large team, even if they don't win Conference USA. But how big is it for UAB tonight? Expected to get Jelly Walker back. You're definitely getting Brewer and Davis back after the suspensions. They're back. Andy told us that on the show yesterday. This does seem like a good win gauge moment for UAB's program with Jelly Walker back if he plays tonight.
If Jelly Walker plays. Again, this is the more I look at this game, it's a difficult game to handicap. I said earlier that I believed UAB was going to win. I'm not so sure.
What has happened in the last hour?
I don't know if Jelly Walker is going to
Inside
play.
information for the locker room?
Not for me.
Well, we've had a shoot around already, and so.
But I don't think Andy knows whether or not he's going to play.
Yeah, I think he'll know before they gets to the arena tonight, right?
Well, I don't know. You remember he told us he had him in the lineup card until they absolutely had to submit it. Lineup card's a baseball phrase. He had him in the book until they had to make it official, and he had to take him out.
Which was 10 minutes before tip.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. I think, Jelly told me yesterday. He does the weekly visit with us. He told me yesterday he thinks he's going to play. And that's the first time he has talked in those terms since this injury. So,
is it the first time you've asked him since
no,
the injury?
No, it is not. Yeah, and he has kind of dodged it when I've asked him before. I asked him yesterday. He says he thinks he's going to play. So, take that for what it's worth. That was, 48 hours before the game, roughly. I don't know. I don't want to sit here and do the math, but a lot can happen in that time.
Those are your headlines right there, brought to you by our friends at the World of Wills. We'll talk to Jimmy Walker about the big event here in Birmingham coming up at 12 noon Central Time today to start our final hour of the show. Tyler, if you would, buddy, I'll need cut 4 and 5. Let's start with number 4. Yesterday was the end of National Signing Day. A couple of questions out there. One of them was Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss, who in the recruiting cycle now, the portal cycle, went out and got Walker Howard, 5-star guy with a lot of years left, to come join Jackson Dart in the quarterback room. Then he also got Sanders from Oklahoma State with 1 year of eligibility left, a 4-year starter to come to his quarterback room. Lane got asked about adding 2 quarterbacks in the portal this offseason.
Can you kind of take us through the decision to bring in those 2 guys? And is this an open quarterback battle again?
Yeah, I'm very excited about the quarterback room. I was very concerned about it. From just pure numbers, you guys could figure that out. And my job is to put together the best roster every year. And, we had a chance to bring these 2 guys in. I think Jackson did a lot of great things last year. I know Jackson, if you think about when he initially played versus the middle and end, it dramatically improved for a young quarterback. We're very excited about him continuing that. And we were able to add 2 guys, one more of a veteran, kind of if you look at the NFL model, a veteran free agent quarterback, and then a really young one, more of a draft pick. So the quarterback room is dramatically in a much better position than it was a year ago, and that's really our goal with our whole roster and every position every year is continue to improve it, like we talked about what goes out versus what comes in, and trying to win that battle. So that'll be very exciting to see those guys develop and to also, work with the young one too.
Yeah, that's true. Your job is to bring in the best talent, and he has improved that quarterback room. But does he have a guy that is going to be a starter, a guy who's going to stay and be a backup, and likely a guy who's going to hit the portal after spring practice?
Now, you're going to have 2 guys that are going to hit the portal after spring practice.
I don't know that but again, we go back to this. I'm not sure you can because Dart, if he hasn't graduated, has already used his free transfer. He'd have to get a waiver, and maybe he will. Sanders, is not going to because he just transferred in. It wouldn't make any sense.
Unless he's a grad transfer.
And Walker Howard can't do it because he just used his free transfer.
Yeah, I do think Sanders is a grad transfer.
Yeah. But I'm just saying it doesn't make sense for him to transfer in, go through spring, and then transfer somewhere else. I mean, at some point, you got to see it through if you're him.
Again, all of these guys have got egos, so all 3 believe they're going to be the starting quarterback in Oxford next year. We know there can only be one guy. I still lean Jackson Dart is going to be that guy. Hadn't seen enough of Walker Howard. I think Spencer Sanders is a good quarterback, but we've kind of seen him top out. I don't think this is going to be a situation where we saw Hendon Hooker come from Virginia Tech to Tennessee and just blow it out. I lean Jackson Dart's going to be that guy. These other 2 guys are going to be really unhappy. I don't really blame Lane. You've got to bring in the best and figure it out.
Yeah, you're still okay if it's Dart and then eventually Walker Howard, who has a lot of eligibility left. Like it'd be Dart maybe to the NFL or Dart for 2 years, and then you bring in Walker Howard. Sanders is the one that doesn't seem to fit the piece unless he wins the job and he's your number 1 guy next year.
Well, I mean, is there a chance? Do you think this drags into the season? I mean,
could.
Because a lot of people said yesterday we were talking.
If I'm Lane real quick before you get to your point, I think I would let it drag into the season. or at least up until it.
But there were people yesterday in the chat room that said, I gave them that win at Tulane way too easily when we were discussing Ole Miss. I can't even remember why we were looking at their schedule.
Well, their running back is gone. The Tulane running back is gone. He's going to be still in the draft for somebody.
Spears is out now.
Yeah, their quarterback, I
think
assume
Pratt's
he's
back.
He didn't transfer somewhere else. He's back.
I think so. I think he's back.
So he's back.
They lost a coordinator, right? They lost their defensive coordinator.
Defensive coordinator
Yeah.
Hampton went to Oregon. He's with Dan Lanning at Oregon.
Yeah, so they open against Mercer. A lot of leeway there to do what you need. But at Tulane, people said, hey, at Tulane, Ullman Stadium there, it could be a tough place to play.
Right. You don't just walk into Ullman Stadium.
Don't. You gave them that win too easily, and then hosting Georgia Tech. That does, to me, seem like you've got some games where you can get it right. But you better get it right then, because your next two are at Alabama and hosting LSU, which are probably next year the two best teams in the West that you got coming at you back-to-back there.
Now, the other thing that Lane was going to be asked about was Pete Golding. But before we get to that, can I just get a still shot without playing the audio of Lane? First of all, it's like sometimes you go to Florida and the water has too much something in it, and it just your hair doesn't come out as fluffy as usual.
Yeah, our soft water in the shower.
Yeah,
it's just soft water, and you can't get the shampoo out.
Yeah, I don't know why they call it soft water, but you get that look sometimes.
Or he used dry shampoo like chicks do.
Oh, yeah.
And
but
some sun in, too.
But he does not have a little bounce in his hair today. In fact, with his hair like that, I mean, do we owe it to him to send him Dr. B's information? Maybe.
Oh, I don't see that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, in the part right there, it's running away from him a little bit.
I mean, that big hair that's grown from the middle, he's flopping it over, Bama banging it a little bit.
Looks like he's trying to cover up a receding hairline on one side, right?
Absolutely, it does. I'm just saying, maybe we should help our buddy Lane out. He needs some help right now. Losing it pretty quick there. Aging fast over there.
That's what happens, Dunaway.
It does. It hits us all. You all will catch up with me eventually. We'll all look the same here in about 20 years.
If we're lucky enough, right?
We'll definitely all look the same in about 50 years. Dust. Lane Kiffin, though, on Pete Golding. What do you think? Lane, you haven't seen this. Brownie's seen this. You haven't seen this?
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it.
Oh, you haven't seen it?
No.
Well, what do you think he says about Pete Golding?
Pete has got a ton of experience. This guy brings energy. He's won championships. He can recruit. We're more than excited to have Pete join this staff and be part of the Ole Miss family.
I think he's going to do his normal Nick Saban kiss up. Like, look, when you've been a defensive coordinator for Nick Saban, you've worked for the best. If coach trusts him, I trust him. Something along those lines.
Here's Lane Kiffin on Pete Golding being part of his staff now.
I don't think we've gotten the chance to talk to you about Coach Golding yet. How did that decision kind of take shape, and why is he a good fit?
That was really awesome. We're talking about signing day, and you guys talk about stars. That's as 5-star as you can get. And this has nothing to do with that you're beating Alabama and all of that. This is a great coach that everyone that's worked with him has always said from the beginning, even when he was at smaller places before that he was brilliant, upcoming, and Coach Saban even talked about it as one of the best interviews he's ever seen in the first interview when he interviewed him. So just a very unusual situation that someone at the top of their game, you get to come here. So there were, some family things that helped us there with, his wife's family from here. And so that was great. Kind of like in recruiting, there's advantages. So we're really excited for them to come, he and his family to be here, and to really help us, not just on defense schematically, obviously, like he will, but he's been a phenomenal recruiter too, and one that we've had to go against.
Yeah, so I mean, as about as honest as you can give an answer there on Pete Golding, because I know personally I've skirted around a little bit of what he was talking about, the wife's family being from the area, and that's part of the decision for him to go there for personal reasons.
Yeah.
To choose to leave Alabama and go to Ole Miss. I was surprised that Lane went there a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly touched on that, right? And that there was a lot of, like you say, kind of off the edge talk about that, and beyond the bounds of what we would normally discuss. I've for whatever reason, I do some interviews over in the state of Mississippi, and what I have found in doing those interviews of late, and I was on with our buddy Richard Cross yesterday, is that Ole Miss fans don't like the way it's being portrayed that Nick Saban was ready to get rid of him. And like Richard was asking me the question, how would you characterize it? Did Saban encourage him to go? Did he not stand in the way? Did he try to keep him? And I've always said, these two things could be true. Ole Miss can be getting a really good defensive coordinator, and Nick Saban could not have stood in his way to leave. I don't think Nick Saban was going to fire Pete Golding. Do you?
I don't know.
No, I don't think he was going to fire him. So, but, I do know that there was a time where I think Steve Sarkisian wanted to hire him at Texas, and Nick Saban convinced him to stay in Tuscaloosa.
Now, we'll say Saban might have helped pay for his move.
I mean, again, and as I told Richard, look, I mean, you could look like an idiot saying what Nick Saban was thinking, right? He's a pretty closed book on stuff like that. But I think both could be true. Alabama fans could be excited about losing him, and Ole Miss fans excited about getting him. Those things don't have to be mutually exclusive.
I was checking real quick. Tyler in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says, "Hey, Jim, how about my Lane Kiffin source?" I was just checking to see if I'd gotten a text from Tyler, if he was giving me some inside information, but no text, Tyler. Did I miss something? Send it to me again. I'd love to see it. Interesting, though, on Pete Golding, 5-star recruit on signing day in Lane's words, and that is a interesting scenario going into next year, what they ended up getting. What are you saying?
Carson over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room is true. Has family there. Geez, it's a couple-hour drive. It's not like she's from Oregon. It is true. I mean, what is that? What is that drive? It's really 2 hours from Tuscaloosa to Oxford.
Probably about 3.5.
Oh, no, not from Tuscaloosa. I don't think the Oxford.
Oh, 3.5 from here.
Oh, from here, yeah.
So it'd be 2.5 from there, yeah. It's not like it's Starkville. Well, it's, just down the street. Me, Mom, and Pawpaw can live in Starkville, and you see them every day.
I mean, look, I think it was a mutual decision, obviously, between Golding and Saban, because you don't leave Tuscaloosa to go to Oxford.
That's what Carson says, not when you're at the top of your game, but he's at Ole Miss now, and here's an opportunity now, Pete Golding, who's done it at the highest level, to sort of be out of that pressure cooker a little bit, right? You're not a Nick Saban staff, you're not a defensive coordinator under one of the better defensive coordinators ever to do it in football. You're on an offensive head coach's staff where he's going to let you have the reins of the defense. It's a chance for Pete Golding to go, whew.
Yeah, look, there's not a lot of expectation.
I can be my own guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I think the best moment I remember Ole Miss defensive-wise last year was when they forced a second fumble out of Will Levis and everybody went nuts.
Yeah, that's
and that was
Kentucky
shutting down
moves. Yeah,
Kentucky's
exactly.
offense in the red zone.
And you fired that guy right there. All right, Champy's Chicken. Before we go to break, I got one more football note that will leave Brownie saying, what's Brown's catch line these days?
I don't care.
I don't think it's new. I just think y'all are making a big deal out of it now.
I really don't care.
I really don't care about some things. Do I get to rule whether I care about this or not?
Well, I'm telling you, it's going to be so lackluster that you will say, I really don't care.
Okay.
But Champy's you do care about. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. It is right there, easy off that interstate exit in Alabaster. If you're driving to or from the beach or anywhere in Alabama, go to Champy's Chicken, champyschicken.com, and a lot more we can get to. We've got the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. We've got the Southern Fried Chicken plate and so much more. It's champyschicken.com. So, Brown, we get that Chick-fil-A Kickoff Classic every year. They made the announcement yesterday. We've had Alabama and Clemson, Alabama and Florida State.
Right.
We've had some great games at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Friday night now, September 1st.
Here comes sarcasm.
Okay, so we've got are we going to have a Friday, Saturday, Monday out of them?
I don't know. This was just the announcement yesterday. The Chick-fil-A Kickoff Classic is when they were calling this.
Okay.
Friday night, September 1st, Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Louisville and Georgia Tech is official. They're kicking off the season. Chick-fil-A Kickoff Classic.
No, I mean, I care about that. That's college football, and that first Thursday night's got a couple of good games. Saturday's a little lackluster.
We care about it. You'll be able to pick up tickets outside of the dome, though.
Oh, you probably will. Two first-time two first-time coaches, right?
Yeah, Brom.
Jim Brom, first at Louisville, not a first-time coach, and Brent Key. So they're both launching their programs on the same night. I'll watch that game.
Lunsford says, I'll play the Brown role. I don't care. Rusty, what a dud of a game.
I mean, come on now, guys.
It is an absolute dud.
Yeah. I mean, what do you expect on a Friday night? What are you guys expecting? Y'all think Notre Dame and Alabama are going to play on a Friday night at Chick-fil-A Stadium?
I mean, you can still excite this up a little bit.
With what? Give me teams.
I mean, check and see. Is there another part of in the past, I know we've done 2 or 3 games in part of the Chick-fil-A kickoff weekend.
Yeah, I think they've done 3 in one weekend.
The Chick-fil-A Kickoff Classic, I always thought was that Saturday game.
I think it is. Now, I don't know if they've got another one on Saturday. Again, go look at the week 1 schedule and you
but
tell
if
me
I
what
gave
game.
you North Carolina and Ole Miss instead.
But they're not scheduled to play, though. I mean, that's what I'm saying. They've got to pick from what's scheduled to play.
Well, they usually put these games together.
They do, but apparently they are having a tough time finding people to say yes. I can't believe I'm defending this.
I can't either.
Well,
Play your role, man. Stay in your lane.
I don't care.
Thank you, LT. When we come back, we've got trash, and Brown will tell you about his undercarriage. Stay with us right here on TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
The NFL playoffs are here, and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the next round all the way through the Super Bowl.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world, and try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Back with you on the Next Round as we continue on. LT will have Trash Force in just a second. Brownie, tell us about our friends at Manscaped, because we've all been, taking care of ball security over the last few days with our friends at Manscaped.
Oh, boy, they sent us their product, and I have used it a lot, especially that electric beard trimmer.
Well, technically, how much can you use it? I used it 2 nights.
A lot.
And now I'm ready for the game.
I've got that.
Yeah, I've trimmed the nose and the hair.
With the weed whacker?
Yeah, 2 nights ago.
Yeah, that's working well for you?
And did the undercarriage on Sunday.
That's a lot of information from Lance.
Well,
big Sunday for him.
NFL,
AFC, NFC championship game, you got to be clean.
Well, Maggie and I have date night coming up tomorrow night. We've got plans, and I had to, go over the game plan myself.
Yep. A lot of information from Jim, too. The beard hedger. What? There's a lot of information.
We're in the information business.
We are. That's a lot of it. The beard hedger. Here's what I like about it. It's got the adjustable guard, because I've used one before that you just snap the guard on. It's a pain in the butt to have to find the right guard and snap it on there. And they are so bad about popping off. And if you're not careful, you can gap your beard. Not with the beard hedger from Manscaped. It's adjustable. So I just click on the adjustment I want, boom, knock that beard out, and I got it nice and tight. Settle down, ladies, I'm married. And you've also got the weed whacker that Lance talked about using, and the lawnmower. Listen, here's the example I use. If you go out and wash your car, and you wash the undercarriage, you wouldn't then take that sponge and also wash the top of your car, right? Why do you
Did
do
you
that
go
with your body?
undercarriage? Did you just go
Undercarriage. Yeah, you're
undercarriage?
going to watch the undercarriage, then the top of your car. Why would you do that with your body? Don't use the Lawnmower 4.0 for the unmentionables, and don't use it on your face. That's what you get at Manscaped. Now, we're giving you a great deal here. Manscaped.com. That is manscaped.com. Code TNR. We're going to pay for the shipping, and they're giving you 20% off. So we're teaming up here for you. Manscaped.com. Code TNR. We pay the shipping, and they're giving you 20% off your order. So strike while the iron is hot. Get that ball security. Take care of that undercarriage. Take care of that beard. Don't look like an old man with the nose hair and the ear hair popping out. Manscaped.com. Code TNR for free shipping and 20% off.
Hey, look, this is a great Valentine's present. Like, if your guy out there doesn't want to get well-groomed, this is the package you can actually get him, and you can get him well-groomed. And I'll tell you this about the lawnmower. If you try to use just one of those universal clippers, boy, you can nick the nuts.
Yeah,
this
that
thing
is true, Lance.
I'm serious, man. I've gotten scarred up before. The lawnmower is going to make sure those balls are polished. I'm just telling you.
Hello, Scarface. Let's do trash today. Don't forget, what's the promo code again?
TNR, Jim. That is code TNR at manscaped.com.
Go get slick and ready for game day. Hit it, man.
Congratulations, the Cure Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees 2019. Are you as excited as I am?
By the sounds of it, no.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Trip said. After that ad read by Brown, Aliceville just had a power surge.
Look at Sterling. He just started to riot at the women's prison. Somebody just got shanked.
Jeff says the janitor I can't even finish it. The janitor at the Aliceville Women's Correction facilities had to pull out the mop.
Come on. Everybody settle down.
I cleaned it up a bit.
Settle down.
Oh, wow. Are you a veteran looking for a VA loan? Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began. As a veteran-owned and operated company committed to your well-being, they can help you find the best terms available and guide you through every single step of the process. For active military or veterans, VA loans can be a great way to help you purchase a home. Let Mortgage Right take care of everything from the pre-qualifying process through closing. Their mortgage experts will work with you to find the best rate and loan program available. As a veteran-owned and operated company, they understand the difference between working with someone who gets it and someone who doesn't. We've made it our mission to simplify the VA loan process. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham or Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online, mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first, something you don't see every day. Cutler Bay, Florida. 32-year-old man faces multiple felony charges after police say he decapitated the pet snake with his own teeth during a domestic dispute.
Wow. Well, you're just trying to prove a point there.
Do we have a photo of this?
The dispute was with, it looks like the snake might have struck back there on the cheek, by the way. Or struck first.
He's got quite the hair. Tyler, you got more hair than him.
I mean, that's not bad hair, though. I mean, I'd have it a little more kempt if I were him, but
yeah, just a little bit.
It's a lot of it.
LT Brown used to until Manscaped.
A Miami-Dade Police Department arrest report.
Beard head.
Officers responded to the Sage Bay Gardens apartment complex just after 5:20 a.m. after receiving reports of a domestic dispute. The report, officers stated, they knocked on the door, could hear a man and a woman arguing and the woman screaming. Police said they could hear the woman yell, "Just kick the door in." Now, after making the entry, police say they saw Kevin Mayorga, right there, running behind the door, attempting to close it in order to shut the woman in and hold her, quote, against her will. Police say Mayorga disregarded commands to put his hands up, attempted to use a taser on him to no avail. Report states that as officers tried to cuff him, he swung at them, striking an officer in the eye with a handcuff. Eventually, he was detained, but after that, they made the bizarre discovery. Woman told police that Mayorga had bit off the head of the pet snake, a ball python. Police say officers then saw the snake and its severed head sitting next to the entry door.
Is it ball, B-A-L-L python?
Yeah.
Is that the way that's said?
Yeah.
What makes it a ball python, do you know?
Probably the way it balls up.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, just speaking for our law enforcement people.
It's pretty good at hoops.
How long until I'm allowed to put a bullet in the guy's leg? I mean, the taser didn't work. I'm trying to cuff him. He's swinging, hitting one of my officers in the eyeball
just
with a
because
cuff.
of some bad cops out there, a handful of bad cops. it's tough to make that decision. It is really difficult. And look, there's a lot of people out there that shouldn't be cops, but it's a difficult job being a cop now because you've got a guy that possibly could have a knife or your life could be in danger. But if you shoot him, then the next thing you know.
And he just bit a head off a snake. I'm assuming he's kind of crazy.
I'm just talking about you just, pop one in his calf. That's going to shut him down pretty quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'd go for that, yeah.
Yeah, but if you missed and you hit him in an artery.
Well, or maybe his foot.
Yeah.
Man, that would probably do it.
Or if you miss really bad, he never needs Manscaped again.
The food service director for a South suburban school district is accused of stealing $1.5 million worth of food, mainly chicken wings, according to court documents.
Super Bowl Sunday is coming up.
Vera Lytle, 66, worked for the Harvey School District 152 for more than a decade. Quote, the massive fraud began at the height of COVID during a time when students were not allowed to be physically present in school. Even though the children were learning remotely, the school district continued to provide meals for the students and their families where they could pick it up. Now, court records accuse Liddell of ordering more than 11,000 cases of chicken wings from the school's district food provider, then picking up the order in a district cargo van. They said the food was never brought to the school or provided to the students. District funds were used to pay for the food, according to prosecutors who did not reveal what became of the chicken wings. Now, the scheme was uncovered by the district's business manager during a routine audit. Manager found the district was $300,000 over its annual food budget.
I would imagine a lot of this has gone on, especially during that time.
Yeah, I know golf course, I'll just say golf course, where basically the food director was running a catering biz on the side. And they noticed their food costs had gone up. Turns out the food and beverage director was just basically ordering all the stuff for the catering biz through the golf course. So, truck shows up, this goes here, this goes here. The over here was their catering business.
Yeah, it goes on all the time.
Generally people, when you start spending that kind of money, are going to pay attention to it, by the way. $1.5 million is bold.
Carson says, in my time working with a chicken place in Tuscaloosa, I know chicken fingers cannot be monetarily exchanged for coleslaw.
Oh, man. They should be able to.
Yeah. I do like a good chicken coleslaw mixture, though. I mean, not mixed together, but like bite of chicken fingers, little coleslaw. That's not bad.
Done away only if you lived in Philadelphia. The month of love is upon us. Valentine's Day just 12 days away. Couples can complete a naked scavenger hunt hosted by Watson Adventures at the Philadelphia Museum of Art.
What am I looking for?
Now, naked at the museum scavenger hunt, participants will be fully clothed, but they will use centuries of nude art, including paintings, sculptures, and period rooms to answer questions. They go on to say along the way, you might uncover saints with shocking piercings, a sultry sea monster, exotic gods with many arms to keep an eye on, and a peeping Tom who discovers a new meaning for the term stag party. Now, the event takes place Saturday, February 11th, the Saturday before Valentine's Day from 2 to 4. It's for adults only. Tickets cost $19.
I'd probably be into that.
This is a weird one. A high school girls basketball program, both the varsity and JV, has ended its season after it discovered a 22-year-old assistant coach impersonated a 13-year-old player during a game last week.
I saw the highlights of this, and she's swatting shots away. I mean, she blends in okay until she starts playing. She's better than anybody on the court. She's hitting. She's not great. Like, I wouldn't drop an offer on her for D1, but I'm watching her play.
Could you beat her 1-on-1?
Probably, but it screams foul. Like an assistant coach, and they decide I'm going to suit up and replace a girl.
I went to
if you're down a man, yeah.
I went to my niece's basketball game this past Saturday, and the game started at 11. Of course, we get there late. We get there at the end of the first quarter. It's 4-2. My niece has scored all 4 points.
How about that, baller?
For the remaining 3 quarters,
yeah,
we were outscored 10-2, and the only 2 points were 2 free throws. I would say 40 turnovers in the game.
But it's not high school. How old is your niece? 6?
Yeah, 6.
Okay. 6-year-old basketball.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that it can be tough to watch.
I understand.
I felt so bad for the official because he was going to be there officiating all day long.
But we learned he's probably making, $10 a game.
Plus concessions.
He was really good, though, and Reed pointed out that this guy also teaches the game to him in game.
That's right.
Oh, yeah, that's what happens. Like, I had to coach my daughter's team this Saturday. Our coach was out. Our 2 coaches were out. So I had to fill in. We got beat. But the referee in our league, it's at your church, Dunaway. It's at Asbury. The referee in our league, he'll take his whistle out of his mouth and go, shoot it! Like if they're just holding the ball, he'll yell at them to shoot it.
I will say that the coach for my niece's team, clock management, misuse of timeouts.
Let's call them
no
out.
Set offense.
You'll get them fired. It's set offense. They're 6 years old. Man, you're looking for 5 kids that ain't crying at 6, man.
That want to get in the game.
Yeah.
Just saying.
When I was coaching 6-year-old soccer, my key was just spread out. Stay spread out. Don't all get in one clock.
That's right.
Spread out.
You spread out the offense. You know what you also spread out?
Spread out.
The defense, yeah.
But, of course, I had one guy. Can't remember his name right now. But I had one little kid that was a stud. If we spread out enough and they all stayed, the defense stayed with my guys, my one guy could beat his guy and score every time.
Yeah, I'm telling you, though, I think Reed will coach her next year. It'll be a much different offense, and it'll be much more effective.
Yeah. I think you're incorrect. I don't think you can teach offense at that level.
Yeah, she'll be 7 then.
No, all you got to do is have 2 ball handlers, which they have. Everybody's asking if I left at half. Now, here's the beautiful thing about that.
He didn't get there till the second quarter.
Thanks to his roommate, he didn't get there till half.
Yeah. Well, she made signs, sweet signs for Haley.
Yeah.
They were really nice. I think they were unneeded, and they made us miss an entire quarter, and I missed her 2 baskets. But the great thing about these games is they're like that. They're so quick.
Oh, yeah. They go fast.
And there's no crowd to
That's right.
battle.
Yeah.
So anyway, this one was her and both the JV and the varsity teams decided not to continue their season after meetings between officials and their parents. By the way, Arlisha Boykins, who is suited up for the JV team, is no longer employed by the school system.
Yeah, you saw that coming.
Yeah. Forrester says, do you always play the under on your niece's games?
I mean, I would think the totals are probably like
20?
14.
So, it's hard to go under 14.
Yeah, it's hard to grab a number on that.
Scott, never remember, you're never out of it over.
Now,
ever.
The playoffs start Saturday, but the tips at 9 a.m., which is a little early for me.
But you always are winning the under until you're not.
Until you're losing.
That's why I like playing unders.
Never out of and over.
Charles is right. Uncle LT may be considered bad luck.
Could be. Could be the jinx.
Yeah. Do you guys know what a quoll is? Quolls.
Never heard of it, Lance.
That is going to be a Australian quail. They call them quolls.
Can you pull a quoll? That might be right. Quolls. Endangered male northern quolls are giving up sleep for guess what?
Sex.
You got it.
Hey!
It could be killing them, according to new research from Australia. Now, the study
you're
found
doing it wrong if it's killing you.
That males travel long distances in search of mating partners, often giving up sleep in the process. Lack of rest explained why males of the carnivorous marsupials typically mate themselves to death in one breeding season.
Mate themselves to death?
Yeah, boy, they're getting after it, aren't they?
One night at the bar.
It's like a 9-Inch Nail song.
Yeah. Females, on the other hand, can live and reproduce for up to 4 years. Researchers collected data over 42 days after fitting backpacks with trackers on wild roaming male and female northern quolls. Some quolls they studied walked more than 6.5 miles in one night, which translates to 25 miles in human distance. I don't know what would be worth that.
I'm sorry, I've got a headache. I should have told you.
Are you telling me that before you could drive, when you were 14 or 15, and if it was guaranteed at the end of the 25-mile walk, you wouldn't have walked those 25 miles?
I remember specifically walking, which would equate to about 4 or 5 miles.
Yeah, I promise you, at 14 or 15,
not 25 miles,
you would have a 26.2 sticker on the back of your car.
So there you go.
Littered with 13.1s. That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got some great deals going on. Did the new year add to your financial uncertainty? Let the experts at Mortgage Right help you get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Rights, there is no middleman. You can trust your files will never leave the office. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations on Highway 280 in Birmingham or Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online, mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-812-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Eddie says at least the little thing went out with a smile. Absolutely. Kevin playing along with our show saying, did you see how neat his fur was? He manscaped that trimmer before he walked that 6 miles.
Hey, Carson's right. Men do have to work much harder for sex than women.
There's no doubt.
Even in rats, as he says. All right, developing news brought to you by our friends at Champy's, champyschicken.com. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and the crew ready to serve you up lunch. This could impact your tailgating in the future as well. Chris Lowe is reporting the latest name, and usually Lowe's about a step ahead on these things, especially if it involves coaching moves. He has a new name that hasn't really been talked about in the Alabama OC circles.
First time I've heard this name, and he calls him the top target now for Alabama football. This has Dunaway excited, has me underwhelmed.
Oh, I didn't say excited. I said I liked it.
Okay, this has Dunaway liking it, me underwhelmed. I don't know Lance's reaction. Chris Lowe reporting Notre Dame's Tommy Rees is the top target for Alabama right now.
Seeing a picture of him right now in the Chris Lowe tweet on the video thing.
He's young.
Young, hungry recruiter.
I would say Tommy Rees is 30 right now.
I think he may have just turned 30. Former quarterback at Notre Dame.
Yeah, a guy that Brian Kelly used to completely
undress.
Yeah,
undress on the sideline.
Thought he was 29 last year. Wouldn't have been by Nick Saban talking to Brian Kelly because Tommy was on the staff.
He's 30
this past year.
Yep.
You know, he is a well-respected, up-and-coming coach. The thing you would look at is he's going to have more talent at quarterback.
No doubt.
He's
more
gonna have
talent everywhere.
Yeah, that was my point to it. More talent everywhere. And I think it came down to him or Marcus Freeman, on who was going to replace Brian Kelly. They went with Marcus Freeman. Seems like the right choice. A little bit more seasoned than Tommy Rees is, but Tommy Rees is a guy who could be on his way to Tuscaloosa as the offensive coordinator, and I would imagine he would adapt a little bit to what Alabama has been running recently more than maybe what he is specifically doing with, tight ends and running backs at Notre Dame.
Well, and here's another thing. He already worked for a guy that is a perfectionist, a very vocal guy, a guy that would be difficult to work for in Brian Kelly. So a guy like Tommy Rees knows what he's getting into if he comes to Tuscaloosa. There are a lot worse choices, in my opinion. I think Tommy Rees is a guy that would have an opportunity to become a really good offensive coordinator.
Daniel says in his first year as the OC, he did get Notre Dame to the college football playoff.
They did. I will tell you, Ian Book was a really good quarterback under him.
30th his first year in scoring offense, 19th his second year, 41st this past year with 31.8 points per game. That's where he was in scoring offense.
Tom Lister, 291. Yeah, that sounds great. By the way, I still hope Alabama schedules Oregon someday. He's a big fan of the Oregon-Alabama showdown. Rocket City Hobby says, no way. Drew Pine transferred for a reason. Don't want this guy. All right, so instant reaction coming in there. That is a part of the conversation we'll continue on LT.
Well, I was just going to quickly say Drew Pine transferred because Sam Hartman's coming in.
That's right.
Yeah, a much better quarterback than Drew Pine.
Yeah, Sam, is it Sam Hartman? Yeah. It is Sam Hartman. I was thinking Sam Howell for a second. Sam Hartman from Wake Forest is the guy coming in. All right, when we come back, a little bit more college football, then our conversation with Jimmy Walker. We expect to hear from Rockstar in the final hour, and Tyler's got our 4 downs as well. All that coming up right here on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne's serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Back with you on the next round as we roll on. Scheduling update. Do we have that confirmed
I think
yet?
Jimmy Walker just canceled. I don't know if he heard that.
Dynamite.
I wasn't going to ask him about that. I didn't really care. I think it's dynamite. I mean, we're not one of those that does that kind of thing.
You know, it's just amazing that somebody that really their brand is built on something.
Yeah.
How they kind of put their nose up towards it later in life.
Who was the guy we had on?
Chris Kattan.
Chris Kattan. Only thing he's known for is Saturday Night Live and making bad movies and average stand-up comedy. And he was in town, and he did not want to talk about Saturday. I'll talk about anything but Saturday Night Live.
Well, we asked him 2 questions, and he scoffed at the second one. He's like, are we going to talk about anything else other than Saturday Night Live? And he answered that question. We said, hey, man, thanks for coming on with us. The answer is no, we're not talking about anything else.
I will give JJ credit that at least he told us beforehand.
That's true.
Molly Ringwald was going to come on. She didn't want to talk anything about 80s movies, so we said thanks but no thanks. What the hell are we going to talk to you about?
But I mean, that's why I didn't mind having Jimmy on, because I wasn't going to ask him, hey, can you say dynamite for us? I mean, he said that a jillion times. I don't have to have it.
If we had Sully on the pilot, what are we going to talk to him about?
Landed that plane in the Hudson. Right. That's really all I care about. Yeah.
Part of our show being brought to you by Dr. B. He's got LT's hair looking fantastic these days. In fact, there was going to be a time on the show very quickly we were not going to be able to talk about LT's hair anymore because it was going to be gone, but that has changed.
Yeah, Dr. B, I swear by this guy, Dr. Beckenstein, the best in the business. When I asked around, when I started to lose a little bit of hair, it started to thin, everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to go see. I did, got that consultation. We started the treatment. Hair already 14% thicker. I'm on that second phase, already significant growth. Dr. Beckenstein, the best in the business. T3hair.net for more information. That's T3hair.net. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration right here in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. He takes pride treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Call today. Book the consultation, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
All right. Philip says, I like the Tommy Rees possibility. Travis nails it, though. I'll take it if Sam Hartman is coming with him, an announcement a little bit later on.
That would be big.
That would be a big addition for Alabama there. Steed says, listening to us in Charlotte, why would you like that? Horrible if he ends up being Tommy Rees as Alabama's OC.
What did you like about it?
I like that he's young is considered a really good recruiter, and I thought he did a wonderful job at finding an offense that fit Ian Book. Ian Book was not as good as he was the year he led him to the playoffs, and I think Ian Book's skill set's going to be a lot like what Ty Simpson's skill set is.
Yeah, look, and I think, Brian Kelly is a guy that knows football, and Chip Long seemed like he had a bright future. This is the guy he chose to replace Chip Long once Chip Long was gone. You tell me what the numbers were. I don't think they were probably great for Notre Dame's offense.
I gave you the scoring offense. I'm looking at passing right here. In his 3 years, 58th, 20th, and 98th in passing.
20 is pretty good.
Well, I mean, he had the one good year. I mean, that's what we're learning is that 2021 year was a pretty good year for them.
That's when he had one good quarterback, and now he's going to have good quarterbacks to work with.
And what I think I know about Nick Saban, I'll put it this way, is that Tommy Rees is going to come in if he is the guy. And he is going to adapt what he likes to do offensively to what Alabama has already been doing offensively. So it's not going to be Tommy Rees bringing the Notre Dame playbook with him to Tuscaloosa. It's going to be Tommy Rees bringing his football acumen into the room where he's going to pick up Alabama's playbook and work from that menu, not the Notre Dame menu.
What would excite you more? Let's just go young guys, since we're talking young guys, because the name Kendall Briles had come up with some people. Tommy Rees or Kendall Briles, which one excites you more?
Tommy Rees, barely.
Tommy Rees feels like more of a Nick Saban offensive coordinator. I don't disagree with you. I think more people would get excited if those were your only two choices about Kendall Briles.
Yeah, if I'm doing positives and negatives, the only positive, well, there's a couple of positives with Briles, but one is the familiarity with the SEC. But I'm like you, I lean Rees.
Yeah.
Oh, really? You would even lean Rees over Kendall Briles. Interesting. And you're down a little bit on Kendall Briles.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Chris
I think he flushes first downs.
Chris, LSU fan.
He really does.
I
agree.
That
with
would
you
become a huge
yeah,
thing with Alabama fans.
Yeah, Saban would get so pissed about that, yeah.
Chris, who's an LSU guy, Rees was Brian Kelly's first choice to follow him to LSU, and he stayed behind at Notre Dame.
Shows you something right there.
LT says it's something right there. So Tommy Rees being reported by Chris Lowe as the new name to pay attention to. It could come a very quick announcement from Alabama. We mentioned that early in the show as I thought they were getting through yesterday's signing day before we'd get at least one, if not both, of the coordinator hires from Tuscaloosa. So that's out there. A couple other college football notes. One of those is Dan Lanning loving the fact that he's got Chris Hampton as a defensive coordinator from Tulane. That was a big get for him. And then there was UAB. Trent Dilfer yesterday, cut number 6, Tyler, if you will. Trent Dilfer, after 16 commitments in that short period of time he had before National Signing Day on December 21st, added 8 more commitments yesterday, including a couple of 3-stars on the defensive line and at wide receiver and on the offensive line. Here's Trent Dilfer talking about the UAB class as a whole that he's brought in his first year.
One of you asked how I'd handle recruiting, and I said we'd figure it out. Well, we figured it out. This is a great class. I don't want to get into superlatives, but I would argue, be tough to argue that it's not the best class in the history of UAB football. As recruits came in our building, they love the fact that a strong foundation has been laid here. We have nice facilities. We have great resources, but more importantly than any of that, they all spoke about how they saw the staff really get along and how it felt like a family. How we were honest with them. I think that's the biggest thing that came out of recruiting was there was no sales pitch. The conversation around this building are not what are we selling. It's who are you? Who are we? And let's make sure that they see that.
That's Trent Dilfer there. Lunsford's got some numbers because he says right here that this is the greatest recruiting class he thinks UAB's ever signed. Lunsford, does the numbers back that up, man?
All right, so I'm going to scroll, and I'm going to scroll down 24/7 real quick to 2023's signing class was 95th overall. Right. Okay.
Now, you can't judge what Trent Dilfer is going to be able to do on 95 because he hasn't had a full time, but he is the one that said you got to say maybe it'd be the greatest recruiting class UAB's ever had. How does that stack up now?
Yeah, so let's see. 2020 was 91st. 2019 was 76th. 2016, the first recruiting class back, 71st. And then every single year from 1999 to 2010 was better than that except for 2. So overall, it's the 14th
Okay.
best recruiting class UAB's ever had.
What service are you using?
24/7.
24/7. Okay.
Swing and a miss.
Yeah, 24/7 disagrees with him, but I mean, you don't know until this class pans out. He could be right.
Yeah, but basically,
could be wrong too.
As we play the role of CNN fact checker here, or whichever network does that, is it Fox? Is it MSNBC?
I really don't know.
Somebody on during campaign season, when anybody says something, they have a fact checker. Our fact checker here, Lunsford, goes not the best recruiting class in UAB history, 14th.
And Landmine Believer in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room just sums it up. Dilfer's full of shit.
We'll see what those players become, but as the numbers say, not necessarily the best in UAB history. As Trent settles into town, let's don't undersell what UAB has been in recent years. They have been a 2-time Conference USA champion, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
So
this is a good program you're taking over.
It's not like you're taking over a program that has not done anything in recent years. It has been damn good in recent years. We're back in a moment on TNR as we continue on. One more hour to go, including an appearance from Rockstar and our 4 downs today from Tyler. We'll reset Auburn basketball for you and get ready for a big weekend of college football news that is popping, including Alabama's coordinator search. It continues on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour. 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website. nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Let me ask a very simple question. If you were washing your car, would you use the same sponge on the body of the car that you use on the undercarriage? The clear answer is no. So why are you using the same razor on your face that you're using on the undercarriage? Stop doing that today. Go get the lawnmower at Manscaped and make sure you got the perfect razor for that really important part of your body. Manscaped.com. Right now, use the code TNR, 20% off your order. Use code TNR at Manscaped.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show, no Jimmy Walker. We apologize for advertising that. But Jimmy will still be at World of Wills. Not on our show today, but he'll still be at World of Wills. We'll be there tomorrow as well, part of a specialty show after this. We love supporting local, and that includes a great event here in Birmingham that Brown's been going on how long now? 52 years?
That's 52 years, the O'Reilly World of Wills, Jimmy D.
Yep. So we'll
you
still
remember
be there
all
tomorrow.
52 of them, don't
I
you?
have gone 10 straight years. I've taken Jack.
Yeah, he loves it, doesn't he?
He does.
Yeah.
Just to see all the latest cars and some of the futuristic cars. I've been in the Batmobile before. Some of the great times over the years, World of Wheels.
This will surprise you. I was on the way home from trivia last night. I was talking to my youngest brother, Cameron. His car won one of the categories in 2004 at the World of Wheels.
Well, I love Cameron, but I was going to joke like trashiest or what?
Wow, holy crap, though. Right between the eyes.
He had a souped up car back in the day.
Really?
Yeah, I think he used to road race a little bit.
Did he really?
I think he got in trouble for that.
Yeah, that's not legal.
I don't think you can Tokyo drift in Birmingham.
Cameron.
Tokyo.
Cameron is more your side of the family than Reed's side of the family. He's a little bit more out there than conservative Reed.
We are all so different.
You really are. It's wild. You got three brothers. We know them all, and it's three distinctly different people.
Yeah, it's really like the three of us.
It is.
And
It is
even
a little bit,
Rockstar,
yeah.
if you include
Yeah,
it. I mean, that's kind of the way my brothers are. I mean, typically, at least you get, Reed and I have sports in common, but outside of that, I mean, we're all over the place.
Yeah.
Headlines this hour brought to you by our great friends at Wayne's. They've been with us since day one here, and they've been part of this community and many communities who watch us across the Southeast for 50 years, and they're celebrating 50 years in 2023, and they want to give back to you in a way as a way of saying thank you, and they also want to say thank you to a lot of communities out there. They're offering $50 off celebrating 50 years, their pests, $50 off their termite, their lawn, their mosquito service there. The offer is good for existing customers, and it's good for new customers as well. As you add services as an existing customer, you just stack it on top. $50 off pest. You add termite, $50 off that. Add the lawn service, $50 off that. Just keep stacking those up. And you can take advantage of that by using the promo code TNR. TNR is the promo code. Go to callwaynes.com. Callwaynes.com. The offer is good through February the 28th as we celebrate 50 years with our great friends at Waynes. Callwaynes.com and take advantage of this celebration right now to save big on all your Waynes services. Callwaynes.com. Auburn, a big win last night in basketball. They revenged the loss to Georgia, 94-73. Afterwards, Bruce Pearl talked about that loss in Athens and that dominating performance last night at Neville Arena.
We played them in really early January, and that night they were better than us. We played them about a month or so later, and tonight we were better than them. So that's a good sign that I think it says our team's improving. Great balance tonight, only 5 turnovers. We talked about not letting them beat us on the boards and not beating us in transition with turnovers, and we did a great job with that. And our guys did a little bit better job recognizing on the break when we had advantage, when we had numbers, and then when we didn't. And I thought as a result, we ran better offense, and the 22 assists and the 5 turnovers are a good indication of that.
Janai Broom with another big game. He's stacking double-doubles on top of each other now, 19 points, 18 rebounds. Someone said he's very much like Sheboy these days. He's getting almost same number of points as rebounds. Big numbers there from him. Flanagan had 22 points last night, including a couple of huge dunks.
Yeah, to me, Flanagan is that guy that is, we talk about Wendell Green. Obviously, Broom has been fantastic this year, but Flanagan is a guy that is getting back to pre-injury form. And Bruce Pearl's been saying it. Flanagan can do so many different things for this team, but when he really gets involved offensively, Auburn's a really good team.
Florida upsets Tennessee. That's who Auburn plays next. Number 2 Tennessee gets beat by Florida in Gainesville, 67-54. Auburn and Tennessee, 1 o'clock on ESPN coming up this weekend. Alabama's at LSU. Big game tonight down at UAB. FAU, who hasn't lost since November 11th, playing UAB at Bartow tonight, 6 o'clock for that one. We'll wait and see about Jelly Walker. Ty Brewer, though, and Javion Davis both back into the lineup after suspensions for Andy Kennedy. Our interview with AK on all of our platforms there, podcasted both audio and video. Last night, Xavier beat Providence, a great game in overtime, 85-83. Pitt ends up sweeping North Carolina this year, 65-64. They win last night. 7-4 in the ACC, the Tar Heels. I'm marking North Carolina as one of those teams that will totally screw up everybody's bracket. They'll either have them losing and them going too far, or somebody will have them going too far and they'll end up losing. They are one of those most unpredictable teams out there.
Yeah, I mean, North Carolina can be really good. I mean, you look at Alabama, that overtime game, but it was a loss for North Carolina. They lose to Indiana, who's ranked. I'm trying to think about they beat Ohio State, who was ranked at the time.
And Baycott's been hurt, not hurt, in and out of the lineup. That's caused a little inconsistency.
They really don't have any what you would deem quality wins.
Samford gets one last night over Western Carolina, 85-77. They're in a three-way tie in the SoCon. That's your basketball from last night. Two big football stories we want to continue to talk about before Tyler gives us his 4 downs today. One of those is the Alabama coordinator. Back to that in a second. But the other was earlier, Anaya Smith of Texas A&M pulling his name out of the draft. Friday's the deadline to pull your name out. So he makes that right at the 11th hour to come back to Texas A&M. And Brown, with Bobby Petrino, who did it with Run DMC back in the day. Oh, that wasn't him. That was Houston Nutt, but it was at Arkansas. Who did he have? Who did Bobby Petrino have?
He had
Ryan Mallett and Tyler Wilson.
No, but the running back. God, he ended up playing the NFL. Why can I not say his name?
Who? Just shout it out. McFadden?
No,
that was back in the day too.
Why can I not say his name? It was it's like he wore 22, I think. Anyway, go ahead.
It was a really good running back. But Bobby Petrino now getting Anaya Smith as he becomes
Niall Davis.
Thank you so much.
I don't know why I couldn't say Niall Davis.
Niall Davis. That's
he was really good. Niall Davis was.
Anaya Smith plays out at receiver, can be slot, can be a running back. He's a return guy, can do a lot of stuff for Bobby Petrino.
Yeah, and Bobby Petrino is a creative offensive play caller. You wonder, at Missouri State, obviously did a really good job there. Is this going to rejuvenate his career? And this is what Texas A&M really needs, that turning point offensively. Again, this is going to be a fascinating watch to see the egos and personalities of Bobby Petrino and Jimbo Fisher and how they coexist.
Felix Jones, Peyton Hillis, they start rolling in over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. And then Tommy Rees, the latest name rumored to be the OC, the latest and maybe the favorite according to Chris Lowe of ESPN. Those are your headlines. And let's do our 4 downs right now. Tyler's got those for us today. This is Thursdays when we do non-sports 4 downs, usually put together by Rockstar, but when Rockstar's out on tour, Tyler bangs them out for us. It's brought to you by the great folks at Vulcan Tires, 4 great locations.
Yeah, including the newest in Pell City. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can handle it. Get in, go see the guys locally owned and operated. Fantastic guys, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
All right, you have to get rid of one of these foods forever. Burgers, hot dogs, pizza, or fried chicken. Which one?
Oh, we only have to get rid of one?
Yep.
Burgers, hot dogs,
pizza, and fried chicken. Fried chicken for me.
Yeah,
I
mean,
like fried chicken.
I don't do a ton of it. Chicken fingers probably more than actual on-the-bone fried chicken.
This includes chicken fingers and chicken wings.
Yeah,
too.
wings is what I was going to say. That's the tough part because that is fried chicken.
God, I love hot dogs, but I don't do hot dogs
I know
much.
I think I'd go hot dogs.
Yeah, burgers and pizza are definitely 1,000%.
Those are keepers, yep.
And then it comes down to the hot dog or the fried chicken.
Yeah, I think I'd get rid of the hot dog.
So is the fried chicken also considered like a chicken sandwich?
Oh, yeah. It's deep fried.
Oh, yep. It's breaded and fried.
Yep, he's right.
I'm going to have to get rid of the hot dog.
Yeah, me too.
As much as I hate it.
Do I have to get rid of brats and Polish sausage or just the hot dog?
No, yeah.
I didn't think that deep.
No, it would be all of the hot dog family. Come on.
Anything that is long.
Long and in a bun.
I can't go that far. I do love a good brat. Man, I like a brat. I like a brat more than I do a hot dog. Way
I'll tell
more.
you, there's a joint downtown. I'll just say it. Paramount. You guys have been there.
Yeah, I've been to Paramount.
Paramount's got great hot dogs.
Yeah, I enjoy a good hot dog. It'd be hot dog for me, too. Burgers, too convenient. Pizza, I love, especially for our friends at Slice. And then, of course, my love for Champy's Fried Chicken.
But I would go get a sack of dogs before I had to give them up. I had one last night with the hot dog.
You would,
you'd go out and blaze of glory.
You'd go from the movie 7. You'd go gluttony on the hot dogs.
Would, yes.
Second down.
How many hot dogs? Record number of hot dogs you've eaten in one setting before?
Probably 6.
I've done 6 before from.
But those stands, from Sam's Super Sandwiches to Gus's.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, those hot dogs are a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
And they're just easy to go down. Like I could do 4 of them right now.
My problem is I just cover them up with stuff.
Well, see, I'm just basically slaw in their special sauce. That's all I need.
I cover them with, it's almost the whole kitchen, but I've eaten 6 before with basically everything on it. Chili, mustard, kraut, slaw.
Yeah. My
everything.
problem with hot dogs, it's got to be a hot dog joint, because if I go to, say, like a Culver's or something like that, I can't pass up a burger. That's a burger place, right?
That's right.
So it's got to be a hot dog. There used to be a hot dog stand. Here's what's weird. There used to be a hot dog stand not far from where we worked back in the radio days, and I used to always go there and get their burger. But it was they were known for their Chicago dog,
Right.
and I'm talking it was a shack. And
I do like a Chicago dog too.
their burger was so good. though.
Chicago dog. Well, you're right, man. That's got a lot of
It
stuff
does.
on it.
A little too much.
I'll tell you, that's the best town for hot dogs, though.
Chicago?
Chicago. Because you can find really, really good, unique places all over the place. But back to your burger thing, like when I would go to Sam's Super Sandwiches, as much as I like their hot dogs, I get their burgers a lot.
Yeah, but you guys know twice a Saturday on football Saturdays, I go to Hamburger Heaven, and I get just a bag full of their hot dogs.
See, I always get Pete and the guys do such a great job with the burger. I've had the hot dogs. Little man loves them, but I go with the burger.
All right. So what's one movie or TV show that you know is terrible, but you still love it?
Oh, boy.
Movie or TV show
I know is terrible, but still love. Dunaway, it's got to be Emily in Paris for you.
I do know Emily in Paris is not good TV, and I do love it. I just want to be friends with all those people.
Do you know who the lead is, by the way?
I cannot remember her name. Emily something? No, Emily's her.
It's Lily Collins.
Yeah.
It's the daughter of Phil Collins.
Phil
Did you know
Collins'
that?
daughter. I did know that, yep.
Oh. You guys go. I'll think of this.
I really can't think of one that I absolutely know is terrible. It's probably going to be easier movie than TV show, because if I know it's terrible, I just can't invest that much time. But I've watched terrible movies.
The Tiger King, I knew it was terrible.
Yeah.
Now, that was a limited series.
And we were stuck in a pandemic.
We were stuck in a pandemic, so there's an excuse there.
So we felt like we were all watching it together.
Would you consider Deadliest Catch terrible?
I would, yes.
For some reason, I got hooked into Deadliest Catch, and then I just realized, my God, it's just the same thing over and over again. Why am I still watching this? But I kept watching it.
It's
is. Like they either get a bunch of crab, they don't get any crab. Somebody gets pissed, somebody throws something, somebody yells at somebody falls overboard, they get saved, somebody almost loses their leg. It was the same show over and over and over again, but I kept watching.
I enjoy Dumb and Dumber, but it is really stupid.
That's a good comedy,
that's
though.
a great movie.
Yeah.
I've seen it 15 times, but I know it's,
I have some comfort TV I go back and watch. Like if I'm just in a bad mood or depressed or whatever. I'll drop Friends, Law and Order, the original only, or West Wing. Those are shows I've seen all the way start to finish several different times.
But 2 of those 3 aren't bad.
Yeah, which one's bad?
Friends.
But there, I will watch some bad TV. I've seen Veep. I've seen Emily in Paris. I'm watching something now. I can't even remember the name of it. That queued up after I watched a 2-year run of Marriage, and I think We're Disgusting People is the name of it or something. It's a sitcom that lasts 6 years. And here's what happened in that is I'm one season and 4 episodes in, and now all of a sudden it's serious. Like it's been just raunchy comedy, and now it's serious. Like it's somebody's battling depression and they're crying on my TV all the time. I'm like, how did this go from being a comedy to now we're seriously acting?
Yeah, there's so much good TV now and really movies out there that it's hard to go bad. I told Brown that my guilty pleasure was Justified. I know you guys loved it.
I loved Justified.
But you can see where I said there's a little cheese element to it.
There's a little bit, but Justified was fantastic.
Yeah.
That was a great TV show.
But again, I thought it was a little cheesy, but I did like it a lot. I have found out since my divorce years ago that my ex watches some really bad TV, according to Jack. Like we were flipping past, and I was like, 1,000 Pound Sisters, and he was like, "Yeah, Mom watches that."
Yeah, I can't get in on that stuff.
That has got to be awful, right? Have you ever seen it?
No, I only see it when like somebody in my family's flipping through the channels and watches for a bit. It looks awful.
Yeah, it really does.
I don't know how
what food do you think the 1,000 Pound Sisters
episode
would give
A
up?
lot of none.
Big Brother.
All.
Big Brother's going to be my answer. I watched
yeah.
several seasons of that.
Third down.
All right, so LeBron James is now within 89 points of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's record for all-time points, 38,387. who's going to be the next person to break it, if anybody does?
Oh, it'll never get broken again.
It probably won't get broken. I mean, Luka is unbelievable. He's leading the league in scoring right now.
What is he, 23?
Luka is 24, I think. But still, that's a guy that's got another 10-plus quality years in him. He seems like, I mean, you saw his Jeep the other day, his Gladiator. He likes to spend money on clothes.
He won't play as long.
Yeah, I just think he's going to make too much money. Luka's going to be a $50+ million a year guy, and I just don't think he's going to have the longevity.
Yeah, so we're going to live in a world that you're telling me LeBron James is the all-time leading scorer of the NBA until I die.
I think that's probably true.
We will die with him being that guy.
Yep, I think that's true.
I will go to heaven or hell with LeBron James as the scorer.
Jim, you shouldn't question that, Jim.
Yeah.
You shouldn't question
I should
that.
knock on wood.
Yeah, you shouldn't knock on wood.
I'm going to go to heaven, Brown.
There you go.
With LeBron James as the...
By the way, it's ain't wood.
Yeah, it was doing you no good anyway.
As the all-time leading scorer. I sort of liked it when it was Kareem.
Yeah, I wish LeBron would retire.
Well, still Kareem. Enjoy these next few days.
I told you guys, we were talking earlier about the NBA, and I was like, LeBron is playing some of his best basketball right now.
When he plays, every time I see him, he's on the bench.
Oh, he's logging some minutes.
How
But
many
he does
games
take some nights off.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Don't take a night off. Kareem never took a night off. Ice those
Fourth
knees.
down.
All right, final question. Celebrity birthday today. Dwayne Chapman, Dog the Bounty Hunter, turned 70 today.
Speaking of bad TV I used to watch, I watched some of that too.
Oh, me too. Who had the better career, Dog or former Alabama running back Trent Richardson? They both have the same net worth.
Seriously?
Yep, both $6 million.
Yeah. Oh, I would have thought Dog was more than Trent at this
And
point.
Trent is playing football in Mexico now,
He
and
is
Dog
not.
is not
No,
allowed
he signed with
in
that team,
Mexico.
but they've never taken the field.
You don't think so?
I don't think they've ever taken the field.
Listen, I'm going to say Dog is probably the top bounty hunter of all time, and I don't think Trent Richardson's the top running back of all time. I'll go Dog.
Yeah, and I think Dog probably lived up past his potential.
Yeah, I agray. Trent never met his in the NFL.
We've had Dog on the show before.
Yeah, we have.
It's been a while.
I remember interviewing
You guys
Dog.
had Dog on?
Yeah. I may still have his cell
I
number.
mean, we were trying to get out, who did his hairdo, how to actually follow in line with that.
Then we screwed up and said Dynamite, and he hung up on us.
I would say Dog has had the better career.
I would say Dog had the better career.
There is more meat on the bone, though, for Trent, though.
Yeah. Yeah, we had Dog on. I remember being a good interview. I think he was into it. He was pitching his TV show, obviously, but he was into it. So I'll go Dog.
That's our 4 downs today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Anything you need, bumper to bumper for you and your family, brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more they can handle. Again, locally owned and operated. Fantastic, guys. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Pete Thamel said something yesterday on Feinbaum. I wanted your reaction to this real quickly. He said one of the reasons that Grubb turned down Alabama and went back to Washington on the OC, and that's the way it was being played, that it was offered to Grubb and Grubb turned it down. No confirmation on that from this end. He has a better quarterback at Washington than Alabama's going to have, and Michael Penix.
He's certainly got a more proven quarterback. I don't know if Michael Penix long term is better than Ty Simpson or vice versa, but it's zeroed out. He's got a more proven commodity at Washington. You can't deny that one.
I mean, I would feel comfortable saying that Michael Penix is going to put up bigger numbers than whoever Alabama's quarterback is this year. But, they love to sling it around under Kalen DeBoer. So I don't think that would be much of a surprise.
Tommy Rees is the name to keep an eye on right now. We'll see if we get anything official. Did we?
Pull up plane on the ground. I mean, so if you think this is just reports, Pete Sampson, who covers Notre Dame, has just sent out a photo of N1UA, the Alabama school plane, on the runway in South Bend. So they're there to get Tommy. No, I'm not saying that doesn't mean he's accepted the job, but I'm just saying for those that think the reports might not be true, the Alabama team plane's in South Bend.
I would feel like this is probably going to this is rapidly going to become a reality.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I would 100% agree with you guys. And did 4 crimson-clad stormtroopers run off of the plane there to try to grab Tommy Rees?
But again, Saban's done it. This is a name I didn't hear. Did you guys hear this?
The first time I heard it was the Chris Lowe report about an hour ago.
Yeah, but hats off to Michael early in the chat room who said today would be the day because it is the day after the last signing period, and some people like to fulfill their obligation. There's the plane on the ground. You're looking live at a still photo of a tweet. Pete Sampson there retweeting the picture, or it didn't happen crowd out there. There is the Alabama plane with the script A on the tail. They're in South Bend, Indiana.
And good news, I don't think, well, I shouldn't say good news. That's not right. But I don't think Tommy Rees is married, doesn't have any kids. So this guy can be football, football, football.
Yep, or football, Innisfree football.
It's okay. Give them a little break.
Yeah, take a little break. We're back in a moment right here. Part of the show brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap with our buddy C. Stu, capping those gutters and securing the home that you put so much money into.
Yeah, I did it more than 2 decades ago. Look, the last thing I'm going to do is get the ladder out and clean the gutters out. It's a dirty, dangerous job. You can eliminate gutter cleaning forever. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutter. Again, it's got a lifetime warranty. Right now, a 2023 special from our good friend Chris Stewart for the Next Round viewer and listener. Call today, 205-823-2212. For more information, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel @NextRoundLive and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's @NextRoundLive on YouTube.
Let me ask a very simple question. If you were washing your car, would you use the same sponge on the body of the car that you use on the undercarriage? The clear answer is no. So why are you using the same razor on your face that you're using on the undercarriage? Stop doing that today. Go get the lawnmower at Manscaped and make sure you got the perfect razor for that really important part of your body. Manscaped.com. Right now, use the code TNR, 20% off your order. Use code TNR at manscaped.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
With you on the Next Round. We are about to talk to Rockstar, who seems to have popped up on the big screen over here. Let's see where is he in Pensacola now, or is he on the way to Pensacola?
He looks like he's in a holding cell.
We'll figure it out right after you tell us about our friends at Michael's. And again, if you're in Birmingham, there are a few tickets, maybe no tickets left for the Birmingham show. Maybe we can get them to add another Birmingham show. But they're going out west. If you're watching us anywhere in the country, Black Jacket Symphony is coming your way. And just a lot of fun with this rumor show that they're out across the country doing. They've been to a lot of places already. That's our Michelson Laser Vision look ahead.
Yeah, make the phone call that I made over 2 decades ago, 205-969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. If you wear the eyeglasses, you wear the contacts, you're wasting money each and every year. I'm speaking from experience. I had the 2200 vision. I now have 2015 vision, better than 2020. Dr. Mark Michael Michelson, truly a pioneer, the first to perform LASIK in the state of Alabama in 1995. Make the phone call that I made. Find out if LASIK is right for you. You've got nothing to lose. 969-8100 or MichelSonLaserVision.com.
All right, Rockstar is on the road. He's going to join us periodically on his tour, and I believe we got the bus driver with us now as well. Rockstar, welcome in. Why don't you introduce your new friend here?
My new friend, morning guys, how are you? We are actually in Pensacola today. We are in a production room. That's why it looks so cool that we're in a hostage crisis in the Sanger Theater. This is our bus driver, Mr. Brandon Snyder. Hello, everybody.
Hey, Brandon.
What's up, Brandon?
Welcome in, Brandon.
What's on, boys?
Shouldn't you be asleep? Shouldn't you be asleep right now?
I slept for 3 hours. We're good.
You only get 3 hours. I want my bus driver to have a 9 hour sleep.
I'll nap later.
Okay.
So last week, we had a double show in Knoxville, and we got back on the bus, and a few of us were on the bus, and Brandon was getting everything started, and we started talking about relatives or something, and then out of nowhere, Brandon mentions cousin brother Matt and conspiracy theories.
Oh, this is that guy?
And this is that guy.
Well, he's related to that guy.
Okay.
It piqued my interest, so I said, whoa. What'd you say his name was? And he said, cousin brother Matt. And I said, explain that first. So I'll let Brandon have the floor for that, what cousin brother Matt means.
Okay, so we all have cousins. We all got family, right?
Yes.
So my father, uncle, who married into the family, he married my dad's aunt. She passed away.
Whoa. Your father married your dad's. Oh, no, hang on.
No. My father's aunt. Okay. My father's aunt got married.
Okay.
He got married.
Okay.
She got married.
Okay.
Right. You gotta write it down. You gotta do the sketch.
What marriage number was this, by the way?
For my. Hold on. We're getting there.
Okay.
Slow your roll there, boss.
Slow your roll, LT.
More to come.
Okay.
More to come. Okay. So my dad. His aunt, his mom's sister, my Nana's sister, married Jim. They had kids. My mom married my dad. They divorced. My great aunt, Jim's wife, my aunt, whatever, great aunt.
Sure.
My Nana's sister, she passed away. So through the years of going on, I would run into Jim at our ranch or wherever I would see him. And he started asking, hey, how's your mom? Asking me all these stock questions about where she worked. And I don't know, dude, you need to call her and ask her. And so
he did.
Every time I saw him, he's asking me questions about my mom. I'm like, oh, no, call her. Next thing you know, they start dating. And now they end up getting married. So I have an Uncle Daddy Jim, and my cousins are now my cousin brother Matt and cousin sister and sister, right?
Yeah.
So...
All right,
it is.
Yeah, I've diagrammed it. All right, so basically, so I've got it diagrammed right there. So anybody want to screenshot that one, you can follow right there. I think I followed along there. So you've got basically an uncle who is your stepfather.
By marriage, yeah.
Yeah, by marriage, yeah.
So basically, your family is the one that dicks up 23andMe, right?
We own most of the gig space on there. Yeah,
the 23.
a lot of leaves on our tree.
Yeah, the 23B people just go. I'm out. I got.
So then there's cousin brother Matt. Cousin brother Matt at the time was working for our family business and got into the internet when the internet first started to be popular and coming around. And he was one of the original investors in Yahoo, and he just dropped everything in that, and then boom. So look at the look. Yes. Yeah.
Whoa. Original investor in Yahoo? Like
he was one of the original that jumped in on there at the beginning.
Oh my gosh.
He's been retired for 20 years. He's what do you say? 57? 57. We just found out a few minutes ago he's 57 years old. And he basically sits at home now and dives into these conspiracies. And I was working in Northern California, ended up on a job in the Bay Area where he's at, and can't afford rent there. It's $1,000 to rent somebody's couch, but I could live at cousin brother Matt's house for free.
Right.
Yeah. So I paid my rent by sitting in the room and talking with them. It's a hefty price. So we would talk about whatever, buses going around, JFK, this, anything you could think of. And then when I get home from work, he'd have a spreadsheet with all these conspiracies about everything we talked about that day. But yet there's more. He click, and that's what he does. And so it's anything you could think of. And that's what we did on the bus. I said, pick a conspiracy, anything. We went with JFK. Okay, who killed JFK? And I said who it was. And we called cousin brother Matt, asked that exact question, and boom, out it comes. But yet there's more. And he'll just dig. Anything you want, he's got a conspiracy on it. And he's also what they call a Mensa.
Oh, yeah. I got a friend. Yeah. My friend Ben is a Mensa. Really smart dude.
Yeah, super smart. And so the conversations are very entertaining. And he backs up everything. So he's super excited to. We talked to him, and Sean brought this up. Rockstar brought this up, and he's super excited. So, any questions for the guys?
So he'll come on our show, Rockstar. Is he willing to come on our show?
Yeah, he's already agreed to. He's excited. But the thing is, I want to go. I don't want him to spoil the JFK. Or I think we should start with the JFK because I've heard the spiel about it, and it's very interesting. He's got so many details. It's so detailed, and he says it with such belief that it's so interesting that you almost like, damn, could he be right? But it's so off the wall, and I think that should be the opening of a series, possibly. He said he's in to do it because obviously with investing in Yahoo, he's got something we call time.
Yeah. So conspiracies with cousin brother Mike is what we'll call the segment. Matt.
Okay.
Conspiracies with cousin brother Matt.
Are we doing it right now, or are we teasing ahead? We're going to do this separately. We're doing it live now.
I think we should do him over the phone next week.
Okay.
Get him on a phone call.
Right.
He does not. He has a home phone. He has a flip phone.
Okay.
And he does not have a webcam. He does not. But he said he'll go out and buy everything you need him to buy if that's what he has to do.
I like his attitude.
He's very.
So he loves the government, right?
I was going to say, cousin brother Matt is not a big trustworthy man of the government.
This is an extremely personal question. I was taught never to ask these questions by my parents, but I'm going to eschew that rule for now. Do you know how much money he made off the Yahoo stock?
Oh, Brent, we don't ask those questions.
Let's just say if I ever needed anything, I just call him up.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, we did some Zillow research, and it's pretty surprising.
He lives in California, and he's got a pretty pricey house.
Okay. He did okay. I mean, he made out like a bandit.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
To be retired for 20 years is pretty good.
Yeah.
So what that's
at 57.
So he was 37.
Yeah.
37.
That's pretty good. So cousin brother Matt, if we go anywhere from Bigfoot to Britney Spears, he's going to have an opinion.
Everything.
Oh,
and just to I was showing Rockstar this. In my emails, so I type in his thing, and every single one of these is a conspiracy that he has sent me daily.
Oh, I like that.
Daily.
Man's passionate.
Anything you can think of.
Yeah.
The guy's got his facts behind him. It's not like he just I've heard about this. No, he does his research.
The best way to do this, I think, is let Brandon here sort of sift through the good ones and come up with 13 or so really good ones.
Yeah, and then we pick which ones we want to go with.
And we'll go in what order. Yeah.
I'm going to assume he's not married.
The fun thing, what I like to do is, everybody's on TikTok, and so I'm TikToking this stuff, and then one will catch up, one will pop up in there, and I'm like, oh, this is too good, and I send that off to Matt, and within an hour, I got a whole spew what it really meant by this, and
I bet cousin brother Matt is not on TikTok. And I bet he's got a conspiracy theory about TikTok.
I think he is on TikTok.
All right. I'm looking forward to this now.
Yeah. So it's a coming series here at Double Down Media. Cousin brother Matt explains conspiracy theories of the world.
Yeah.
It should be fun.
Yeah. That's him on TikTok?
No.
That's Brandon browsing.
I'm trying to find it. I think he's on here, but.
All right, so Rockstar, you guys in Pensacola tonight with the Fleetwood Mac show, right? Rumors?
Correct. And then we got Charleston tomorrow for Pearl Jam and Nirvana, and then Johnson City, Tennessee, Fleetwood Mac Saturday.
Okay.
All right, so Johnson City, Tennessee. The Pensacola tonight, if you're down there, sold out already, though, in Pensacola? Do you know?
Brandon?
I don't know. But I do know, if you guys come to the show, swing by the merch and get a T-shirt. Meet the Rockstar.
This guy does the merch too. This guy's the jack of all trades.
Well, I'm at the February 10th
he's the
show.
guitar tech. He's the bus driver. He's the merch guy.
Tambourine tech.
He's tambourine tech.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dude doesn't sleep.
Brown and I both separate areas, separate dates. We're at the February 10th show. Are you there yet? February 10th?
I hadn't got my tickets yet. So.
Birmingham show.
Too late.
No, I'll hit Rogoff
You can
up.
sell T-shirts with me for free tickets.
I'll be that obnoxious guy. I'll hit Rogoff up.
He loves those. All right, guys. Well, safe travels. You, Brandon, get to bed, man. We need you to take care of the band tonight. Get to sleep. The Rockstar doesn't like bumps on the road when he's sleeping.
See you, boys.
Pensacola to Charleston in the bus tonight will be a long, long drive to get there. What is it? About 8.5 hours or so. Should be fun. We'll look forward to that. Again, the name of the segment will be called what?
Conspiracy Theories with Cousin Brother Matt.
All right. And will it be for those that are asking in the chat room, during the live show, or will it be separate
I
on
think
our platform?
Let's do the first one during the live show to give everybody a taste.
See how it goes.
Okay.
And then we'll go from there. But I'm thinking if this goes well, we break it off into its own entity, its own podcast.
So our first one next week, live on the air, and then we'll spin it off to our platform off the air.
Well, there's a lot of people that want to know really who killed JFK.
That's right.
We'll find out.
Only one way to find
There's
out.
a lot of things I want to know in the world. We look forward to that coming up. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag. Not too late to get into some great games tonight, Brownie. Go ahead.
Yeah, and don't forget those Super Bowl, man. You like those pre-games, right? The live lines, the Super Bowl props, everything for the opening coin toss, to the length of the national anthem, to the color of the Gatorade dumped on the winning coach, to the MVP, all those things at mybookie.ag, mybookie.ag. Don't forget to use code NEXTROUND when you sign up. And on that initial deposit, you'll get a bonus, and you only have to bet that bonus one time. It is yours. A lot of places will give you a bonus, but you have to bet it 5 times, 6 times, 7 times. Not at mybookie.ag. One bet, that is yours and yours forever. So go sign up today and get ready for the big Super Bowl Sunday. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. You can bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
The NFL playoffs are here, and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the next round all the way through the Super Bowl.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
All right, back on the show here. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com. We're going to be up there in February. Can't wait to get up there and say hi to the folks on the premises there. A lot of great folks work at Johnson RV Center, JohnsonRVCenter.com. 2 great locations, including the Johnson family.
Man, the Johnston people are just fantastic people. You can see both locations, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur. As always, you can see more online at JohnstonRVCenter.com. That is JohnstonRVCenter.com. We're about to tell you something about a big thing they've got going on up there at Johnston RV. You'll have to wait until Monday on that one. But a little tease for you right now, though. Still on that I-65 exit 304 exit 304 on I-65, the Coleman store. You can see those Coachman Freedom Express starting at just $249 a month with approved credit. $249 a month to get in one of those. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Okay, couple of things are percolating right now in college basketball. College football. One of those is Anaya Smith, who is back at Texas A&M, according to reports. No longer reports now. Anaya Smith says on his Twitter account, let's run it back. Zero doubt, Anaya Smith back at Texas A&M. Pulled his name out of the draft. That is big there, huge for Bobby Petrino. If we can see the picture of the plane on the ground, Tommy Rees is the offensive coordinator at Notre Dame. He has been named a person of interest, I'd use term, for Alabama coach Nick Saban. That is the Alabama plane in South Bend, there to pick up Tommy Rees, who's now expected to be the next offensive coordinator in Tuscaloosa.
His better opportunity of getting a head coaching job quicker. He's going to make more money. He's in the Premier Conference, and look at that. There's snow on the ground.
There is snow, yeah. You don't get that in Tuscaloosa.
No, that's one thing that would quickly drive me out of South Bend.
It's going to be ugly and rainy when he lands today, but it will not be snowing.
Sun doesn't shine in South Bend.
My dad would see that picture right there and said, my goodness, the Alabama Air Force has landed on foreign soil.
We've invaded them, boys.
We have finally invaded South Bend.
Take up your arms.
And then we have another story.
Yeah, this is ESPN has made it official. This has been reported for a few weeks that Todd Blackledge is leaving ESPN to go to NBC for their primetime Big Ten game. And ESPN has made it official. They have sent out a release now, just thanking him for his time there and wishing him well and continued success, thanking the way they put it. Thank you for your personality and your love of food, among other things, which Todd does love his food. Which, has a place in my heart. I love Blackledge. I think he does a good job. And I really, as much as I respect Fowler and Herb Street, and they do a phenomenal job, he and Sean McDonough together, I thought were such a good crew, the B crew for ESPN.
I've loved McDonough forever and
I
ever.
do too.
Yeah.
I do too. But Blackledge is going to go to pair up with, I believe it's Noah Eagle, not Ian's son, not Ian, or is it Ian? Anyway, they're going to be on the NBC primetime game in the Big Ten. So that's where Todd Blackledge will be. He is leaving ESPN to go to NBC. A lot of people don't remember when CBS first got the SEC back, it was Terry Donahue. I can't remember who play-by-play was. Might have been McDonough. And then Blackledge came on and was doing the CBS on SEC, and that's when he went to ESPN. So he's kind of bounced around a little bit.
Like he was with Vern to start with. It was Vern and Todd, right?
Was it?
Yep.
Yeah, I remember Sean McDonough was there for a minute too, but anyway, that's a good crew for that primetime NBC Big Ten game. And that's, look, I mean, Blackledge played at Penn State. That's kind of his roots, the Big Ten. But I respect what he does. I really like Todd Blackledge. And as nice a guy as he is, a good announcer. So all the best to him. Good for him. I hate to lose him on ESPN, but that's the way it's going to roll.
Yeah. I don't understand this. I like Nicole Auerbach of the Athletic, and she's been really good on Sirius XM when I've seen this, but and she's only joking, of course, but everyone now is talking about Yea Alabama, the initiative that the university and some of its boosters are together now. The new, for a better word, it's going to be like a collective, but the university can be more tied into it. And she tweets, "Oh, wow, I'm so glad Alabama will finally be able to get good players." That's obviously not a problem in Tuscaloosa, and she's being tongue-in-cheek there, but that is the the Alabama fatigue that's out there with a lot of people who cover college football.
Well, look, for Alabama, it's just getting more organized, and it takes a little bit to figure these things out. It was such a new thing, and it was so chaotic, and everyone was wanting to get involved in collectives, and you had different collectives. It was confusing. It was probably confusing you had one guy representing a guy with this collective, another guy representing a guy with this collective. It was all over the place. So this is how organized programs are going to do it.
It really was the Wild Wild West, and I agree with you, Dunaway. I don't think this Jaden Rashada story is over for Florida. Billy Napier was asked about it yesterday and just kind of tried to put it in the rearview mirror and distance himself. And I think, oftentimes early on, lawsuits or challenges or things like that change the entire course of things like this. And I think this Jaden Rashada thing, it may be several years from now, but I think we'll look back on it as maybe a seminal moment in the way all this is handled and policed by these schools.
Well, Billy Napier hinted at that. I'm not yesterday at his news conference saying I'm not going to discuss it specifically. And if we lose some recruits because of what happened here, then so be it. But we were just not going to do it that way.
Yeah.
And, that was what he was saying. And I'll go back to this, and everybody nationally is not that I was ahead of the curve or anything, but was it yesterday or was it 2 days ago when I talked about the January 1st change in the NCAA bylaw? Everyone's commenting today. All the national voices who cover college athletics are all writing stories today about how the NIL has really going to have to be policed and changed. And the first sign the NCAA is ready to do something was the change in the bylaw on January 1st, where basically you're guilty and you have to prove your innocence, as opposed to the way we've always done it and the way we do it in our legal system, where you're innocent until proven guilty. Because of what that has done now is that means that you don't have to have a fleet of investigators who have to go and sleep in Starkville, Mississippi, or Tuscaloosa, Alabama, or Auburn, Alabama, and spend months trying to get evidence to prove something. Now it's going to be on the school to do all of that work, to open up their books and prove that they didn't do it.
Which I hate, by the way, because as somebody pointed out on Twitter, that conversation could go something like this. NCAA, we're told you did this. School, it didn't happen. NCAA, prove it didn't happen. School, how can we prove something didn't happen that didn't happen? NCAA, you're guilty.
Yep.
The NCAA is not the most efficient or reasonable organization out there. So if all of a sudden now, they don't even have to have a burden of proof. They could just say, we think this happened, prove to us it didn't. That's dangerous.
People have always talked about sooner or later, these Power Fives in football are going to break out from the NCAA, and this could be that final straw.
Apparently this was put into place by the Power Five athletic directors, that they wanted this.
Oof.
That this is what they wanted, to police themselves.
Yeah, but
it just seems dangerous.
This is going to be one of those questions I ask out loud, and I guess I'll end up looking like an idiot for asking it, and everybody will have an answer. But if let's just use Alabama. Let's say the NCAA came to Alabama and said, prove to us you didn't do this. And Alabama said, we didn't do it. And they said, we don't believe you. Here's your sanctions. What if Alabama just said, screw you, we're not going to recognize those sanctions? What are you going to do to us? Seriously, though, what would happen there? What would happen if they said, okay, you're reduced, so-and-so coach can't leave campus to recruit, and you're reduced this many scholarships? No, I'll tell you what he's going to do. He's going to keep recruiting, and I'm going to sign 26 guys. What are you going to do?
But it's the old argument. It goes back to the other 66 power conference teams, and Notre Dame have the ones that put these rules in place.
That's
so
right.
If the other 66 say, no, you're going to adhere to these, you got to.
Okay, what are you going to do to me if I don't?
You're going to be put on probation.
Okay, put me on probation. I'm going to keep doing business the same exact way I do it.
Yeah, well, then you will not play in championships.
I don't think that's going to happen. When is the last time somebody's been given a bowl ban?
When's the last time somebody did that? When's the last time somebody did that?
I personally think that if this is the law that led, or if it were athletic directors and all that led to this change, then maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like this change is going to be another accelerant in what Lance was talking about, that these big schools just say, screw it, we don't need the NCAA. Why do we even need it? What are they doing?
Back to Tommy Rees, the Notre Dame offensive coordinator, and how you guys are reacting in our final segment. A couple more things here before we move on, brought to you by our friends at Ghost Energy. Ghost Energy Drinks, you see that logo there. When you're looking for your energy drinks in the morning, that's the logo you look for. Zero sugar, but all the energy packed into a can with great flavors. Ghost Energy Drinks. Get those wherever you get your energy in the mornings there. Can you pull up the Tommy Tuberville tweet? Did I send that to you, Forrester? Tommy Tuberville. Here's Tommy Tuberville. Yesterday, Feinbaum show that you get on the SEC Network asked the question, who is one person that bothered your team the most, Sitting Senator Tommy Tuberville, who at some point will be asking, I assume, the great state of Alabama to reelect him to Washington, D.C. In the Feinbaum thread, sends this picture out. Yep. One person that bothered your team the most, and he sent the old one for the finger picture, holding up 6 fingers there. A ballsy move by Tuberville, who will want a majority of the Alabamians. I think that shows you how bulletproof a Republican senator is in the state of Alabama.
It's going to take a lot for him to lose.
I will tell you, when Ian and I were doing the show together, we ran into Tommy one night at Fleming's, and it was after meeting number 1 against Saban. And I cannot tell you how confident he was on basically saying he was going to run Saban out of town.
He never beat him again.
No, Jay Price, that is the joke, is that he's so powerful as a Republican senator in the state of Alabama that even he could hold up a Auburn 6 fingers and still win in a landslide in this state. All right, what you guys are saying about Tommy Rees when we come back on the other side, this is the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
It is the 52nd O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wills. The next round will be live at the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex Friday 3 to 5. Get discounted adult tickets in advance at any Birmingham area O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. And see us there Friday at 3 at the World of Wills.
All right, rolling through some of your reaction and our final thoughts of the day, brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. And Adam and Chad, nobody better than those guys.
Yeah, the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. And how about this? Our friends at Hemp Hill Services, they're offering $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Tell them the Next Round sent you. They want to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated, independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090, 205-229-2090, or hemphillservices.com.
Yeah, and Tyler, if you're still listening, yes, we've got your source now. Good information there. We appreciate that. Preston writes in, stereotyping the Notre Dame team here, but it feels like this may add much more needed emphasis and development on the O-line and at the tight end position in Alabama's offense of the future.
Well, I will say that if you look at the offensive line position, it is littered with Notre Dame alums. And a lot of those have been over the last 5 to 7 years. Michael Mayer is going to be the top tight end taken in this year's draft. He was a big-time weapon, and he was their go-to guy offensively.
They do bring in, Alabama does, Maryland tight end C.J. Dupree from the portal, who will join the tight end room in Tuscaloosa there. Josh says, when people were saying Drew Pine transferred because he didn't like Tommy Rees, Josh claps back at them and says, no, he transferred because he knew Sam Hartman was coming in.
He's not starting.
That's what I said earlier.
Yeah, you did.
And then Brian says, Jimmy's and Joe's over X's and O's, right? We've all scoffed at Notre Dame over the years because we knew they didn't match up talent-wise. I don't think anyone ever felt like they had bad coaching. Brian Kelly's early success at LSU has proven that a little bit in my mind.
Well, this will be, I mean, regardless of the roster Alabama rolls out on offense in 2023, it'll be the best roster he's been a coordinator for. There's zero doubt about that.
Well, and I think you think about the storyline next year. Year one, Brian Kelly beats Alabama in overtime. Year two, Brian Kelly going against his former quarterback and former offensive coordinator.
Oh, yeah. Interesting, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That is an interesting matchup. But that's the story where we are on the offensive coordinator in Tuscaloosa. No buzz on the defensive coordinator yet, but as many of you were thinking, maybe today is the day you get news on both of them, or at least by the weekend, as spring practice approaches very quickly. All right, that's the show today. We do appreciate all of our guests, including Tom Luginbill, being with us this week. Already on the show this week, Dan Orlovsky, Andy Kennedy, who's got a big basketball game tonight, 6 o'clock down at Bartow Arena. We look forward to that as well. We roll on with the next round tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time, and tomorrow afternoon, a specialty show from the World of Wills, which is in town this weekend. Great family fun down at the BJCC. Go check out the 52nd World of Wills. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.